the position.
Respectfully, at this point, present standing before this, Senate and in this hallowed chamber, the acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, who, if and when confirmed by this president, would be the next, confirmed by this Senate, would be the next substantive Chief Justice of Nigeria. And she had earlier been introduced. She doesn't need any elaborate introduction. It's known to all and sundry. And you have also rightly welcomed her and members of her entourage into the Senate. But Mr. President, may you and our distinguished colleagues kindly please take legislative notice of the fact that the acting CJN is here standing before us and is ready for the confirmation hearing of this Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Let me, on behalf of my colleagues, thank the Senate leader for taking us back to the Nigerian Constitution. At the same time, I want you to know that in Nigeria, many people are fugitives from reality. Even if you read the rule, the provisions 10 times over, those who want to criticize any action of government will still do so, irrespective of what is in the Constitution. It is a known fact that since Nigeria was created, the judiciary has continued to maintain its standard of ensuring that in the Supreme Court, the most senior becomes the Chief Justice of Nigeria. So I'm just saying that because anybody can rise up tomorrow and say anything, but that is what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has followed, and we want to applaud him for not bending the rules or shifting grounds from what the norms of the judiciary. Because when there is lawlessness in the society, people will tend to lose confidence in the law. My Lord, the acting Chief Justice, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I will give you a few minutes to introduce yourself, and thereafter you answer a few questions from our colleagues, and we'll go into our closed session to take a decision. So you're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, the Deputy Senate President, the principal officers of the Senate, distinguished senators, my family members who are here, my husband, Mr. Akinkekere Ekunwefar, and my brother, Honorable H.A.B. Fasinro, my colleagues of the Supreme Court, Honorable Justices of the Supreme Court, the President of the Court of Appeal, President of the National Industrial Court, the Chief Judge of the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, the President of the Sharia Court of Appeal, the President of the Customary Court of Appeal, Abuja FCT, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kudirat Mutomori Olatokumbo Kekereekun. I was born on the 7th of May, 1958 in London, UK, to the family of Alhaji Senator H.A.B. Fasinro of Erelu Square, Isaleko, Lagos, and Mrs. Winifred Laiwola Ogundimu, née Savage of Oluogbo area, Lagos, both of Lagos Central Senatorial District. I'm happy to say that my father was once in these hallowed chambers. I had my primary education in St. Saviour's School, Ikoyi, and Corona School, Ikoyi, from where I moved to Queen's College, Yaba, for my secondary education. I obtained my ordinary level school certificate in 1974 and my higher school certificate in 1976. I was admitted to read law in the University of Lagos in 1977, and I graduated in 1980. Thereafter, I proceeded to the Nigerian Law School, and I was called to the Nigerian Bar on the 10th of July, 1981. After my call, I proceeded for the one-year compulsory national youth service. I served in the old Bendel State, now Edo State, and I served as a state counsel in the Ministry of Justice Legal Drafting Department. After my youth service, I proceeded to the London School of Economics and Political Science, where I obtained a master's degree in law. Thereafter, I obtained a master's degree in 1983, and from that time, I was in private legal practice until 1989, when I joined the lower bench as a magistrate grade 2. I rose to the position of Chief Magistrate grade 2, and from there was appointed a judge of the High Court of Lagos State on the 19th of July, 1996. Shortly after my appointment as a High Court judge, I was appointed chairman of one of the robbery and firearms tribunals. I chaired that tribunal from 1996 until 1999, when those tribunals were abolished. At the same time, I was also carrying out my regular duties as a judge of the High Court. I had several ad hoc assignments during that time. Two of them that are quite worthy of mention is I was a member of the committee that drafted the Lagos State High Court Civil Procedure Rules in 2004. Those rules brought in a lot of reform in civil procedure. They introduced new concepts such as front-loading, where you file all the documents you intend to rely on along with your originating process, as long as witness statements on oath, so that it will cut down the time spent on trial by starting immediately with cross-examination. We also introduced compulsory reference to ADR, and those rules became the model for Ghana, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, Makurdi, and Akure divisions. I was the first presiding justice in the Makurdi division of the Court of Appeal. I set up that division of the Court of Appeal. I also served on the Information Technology Committee of the Court of Appeal. By the grace of God, on the 8th of July 2013, I was appointed a Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. I was the 5th female to be appointed to such a position. In the course of my career as a judicial officer, I have always strived to maintain my integrity, to uphold the rule of law, to ensure that I do justice in all the matters that come before me. Some of these positions that I have mentioned, I believe, have also shown my leadership qualities. Presently, I am the chairman now of the National Judicial Council, but I had served as the vice chairman of the National Judicial Council and also the chairman of the interview committee. I'm also on the board of governors of the National Judicial Institute and chairman of the education committee. I also serve on the Legal Practitioners Privileges Committee. I'm also a member of a subcommittee of the Body of Benchers that looked into conflicting judgments, the challenge of conflicting judgments. I have also received many awards for my work, my dedication. I've been honored 3 times by the Lagos State Judiciary. I've been honored by the Women Lawyers Forum and so many others. By the grace of God, I was conferred with the national honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic in October 2022. I am a life bencher. I am a fellow of the National Judicial Institute, a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, and also a fellow of the Dispute Resolution Institute, International Dispute Resolution. These are my credentials, and I stand before you today with a pledge to do my best to uphold the integrity of the judiciary, to uphold the rule of law, to ensure that we defend the Constitution, and to work for the service and interest of all Nigerians. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleagues, you have heard from the Acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, who is here before you, and I just want to implore her to take her seat while she's jotting down the questions. So you may decide to take 2 questions at a time, or 3 questions, but you will sit down and jot down the questions. We don't want you to stand throughout.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency.
First question. Deputy Senate President, Senator Barau Jibrin.
First of all, let me congratulate the acting CJN for being nominated by Mr. President to serve, and the NJC, to serve as the Chief Justice of Nigeria. Well, you are here for screening. And I think the best aspect of determining the suitability of every nominee by these chambers, number one is the practical performance of such a nominee. For you, we've known you over the years. We've known your exploits in the judiciary of this nation. Been following you. You are known to us. And you've done very, very well. And you are still doing very well. That said, the CV you brought here is loaded with your excellent performance, exploits in the judiciary. That's not in doubt. Well loaded. It shows you have a wonderful pedigree in line with your practical performance. This we all know. So to me, you are highly suitable for this position. This is my personal opinion, and I'm sure most of my colleagues here share the same opinion with me. That said, I will want to ask you a question, because I want you to bring your sound pedigree to bear in your office when confirmed as the substantive Chief Justice of Nigeria. We know that having integrity in our judiciary is something that is important, sine qua non for the sustenance of our democracy. Now, what will you do when confirmed as the substantive Chief Justice of Nigeria to ensure that you uphold, or we all uphold, or you uphold the integrity of our judiciary? Nigeria want to hear, because we know you have a wonderful pedigree. You've demonstrated that over the years in doing well in all assignments given to you. We've seen that over the years. So how will you bring that to bear in ensuring that we have integrity in the performance of our judiciary? Thank you, Mr. President.
Are you doubting the integrity of the judiciary?
No, we want the best.
No, it's important because
I want her to tell Nigeria.
Are you having doubts?
Well, I'm not saying. In Hausa, there's an adage. Woman can muting. See, I can't do wanka. If it is good, we want it to be enhanced.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Noted. Yes, the Chief Whip of the Senate.
President, sitting as chairman, my name is Senator Mohammed Tahir Monguno. I represent Borno North and immediate first chairman of the Judiciary Committee before my elevation to be the Chief Whip of the Senate. Acting Chief Judge, or Chief Justice of Nigeria, congratulations for your nomination and possible confirmation by the Senate. I adopt all the encomiums put on you based on the resume that you have submitted by the immediate first speaker, the distinguished Deputy Senate President, as mine, and wish to ask a question to the effect that the independence of the judiciary is sine qua non for the achievement of an egalitarian and just society. Once the independence of the judiciary is compromised or threatened, then it is an invitation to chaos and anarchy. So the judiciary should not only be seen to be independent, but should be seen manifestly to be independent. If, by the wisdom of the Senate, if confirmed, what steps are you going to take to ensure the independence of the judiciary so that our quest to achieve a just and egalitarian society will be achieved and will not be a mirage? Then the other one is there is stagnation of cases in the Supreme Court. And as such, there are various schools of thoughts to the effect that there is a need to restrict the number of cases that goes to the Supreme Court in order to free the Supreme Court from the backlog of stagnation of cases that goes to the Supreme Court. Then the other alternative is to enlarge the number of justices in the Supreme Court so that cases will be dispensed quickly, because in consonance with the adage that justice delayed is justice denied. Then the other issue is, in view of the controversy and the heat generated with regard to contestation for power that normally ends in our courts instead of the people deciding it. It's like now it is the courts that decide who governs as opposed to the people. So there is serious contestation for power, and the battle is taken to the courts. And as a result of that, in order to insulate the judiciary from the vagaries and vicissitudes of this political influence and what have you, there is a school of thought to the effect that there is need to create a constitutional court that will be vested with the jurisdiction to determine election-related matters. So I want your opinion on this. Well, where do you stand where do you stand as a renowned jurist that has attained your present position? Why do you stand on these issues that I raised? Thank you.
The distinguished Chief Whip, your questions are many. I wanted you to ask a question, but you ended up asking questions. Because if I understand you very well, you were more or less on judicial independence. What will she do as Chief Justice of Nigeria to sustain judicial independence or enhance judicial independence? But you also went further to add a political tone that it is judiciary that now determines who rules. I don't think the judiciary determines. I think the people still determine. But when people carry, in my place we have a saying that if somebody carries a basin of death into the market, anybody who has death will throw it in. Is it not we that carry our things to judiciary? We fail to resolve issues at the ballot, and then we run to them. So they have to take the decision as to which of you is fit to be there or not. So are you asking her whether she's going to stop us from going to them? Because they don't initiate cases. We are the ones who initiate cases, so we should advise the political class to settle most of their cases out of court. Am I right? So let me ask the chairman of the Senate Committee on Judiciary and Legal Matters, the senior advocate of Nigeria, to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sitting as chair, my colleagues, the name is Adeni Adebomire, senior advocate of Nigeria, chairman, Senate Committee, Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters. My Lord, the acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, let me start by congratulating you on your nomination. My question is very simple and is taken from a part of your introductory remarks where you spoke about conflicting judgments of court. My question, therefore, is what is your view about this menace, not only in terms of courts of coordinate jurisdiction, but also within the same court? And how do you intend to tackle this problem? Thank you very much.
Okay, my Lord, the acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, three questions, but in reality up to 8 in my view. So I think you should attempt to give brief answers to them so that others will have the opportunity of asking you other questions. So what you do, after answering, we want you to go back and take your seats and then jot down what others will ask. Then you come back again and do the same.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of the Senate. The Deputy Senate President, Senator Barrow, you asked about how the integrity of the judiciary will be sustained under my leadership. I think the first thing in giving my CV, I said one of the things that I'm known for is integrity. I'm also known for being strict on discipline. And therefore, in order to ensure that the integrity of the judiciary is maintained, I will ensure that the code of conduct is fully complied with. I will ensure that there is zero tolerance for corruption. We have a committee of the NJC that deals with performance evaluation. And what that does is they assess judgments delivered, they assess how judges are performing their functions, and they have regular conferences. And what I know is that we are even making moves now to tighten that performance evaluation process so that we can, when they submit returns, when judges submit returns, for instance, it's not about quality, but quantity. It's also about how they carry out their responsibilities. Are they punctual? Are they upright? And things like that. Now, in the NJC also, we are going to ensure that petitions are dealt with speedily. This is another way to let the public know that the integrity of the judiciary will be upheld in all circumstances. Another area for upholding the integrity of the judiciary is that there is a need also to insulate the judiciary from external influence. We are very grateful to His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, and the National Assembly for passing the bill that increased salaries of judicial officers. We are very grateful. But there is still a way to go. Because when we are talking about the integrity of the judiciary, it involves not only the take-home pay, it also involves infrastructure that we are working with. What is available? Is it conducive? These are all things that have an effect on how the judiciary performs and what. So, in that regard, I will be pushing for still more better welfare for judicial officers so that they too can perform at their optimum best. Thank you. The Chief Whip, Senator Tahir Monguno, representing Borno North. Distinguished Senator, you have asked about the judiciary, the independence of the judiciary, and I know that there are a lot of complaints at the moment about the process of appointment of judicial officers. This is an area that I'm also going to take very, very seriously. The NJC also has a committee working on this to ensure that we make the screening process rigorous, transparent, and something that the jurisdictions to see how they carry out this process and how we can improve our own process in that regard. I know that once the citizens are comfortable with the manner in which judicial officers are appointed, it makes them have more confidence in the entire system. I will also be encouraging or supporting improvement in our laws. So again, when it comes to the independence of the judiciary, all hands have to be on deck. And I look forward to working with not only the National Assembly, but also the executive to ensure that we have laws in place that enhance our independence. Stagnation of cases in the Supreme Court, whether the number of cases that go to the Supreme Court should be restricted. I am very firmly of the view that there needs to be a limit to the cases that get to the Supreme Court. One of the reasons for this is that the Supreme Court is a policy court. It's supposed to determine matters that have public policy significance, matters relating to the interpretation of the Constitution, or matters where very rare legal issues have come up which require a pronouncement from the Supreme Court. As you know, the constitutional provision gives us 90 days to deliver a judgment from the date of final address. Those 90 days are spent dealing with matters of national significance as well as matters that have no significance on the national stage. I am of the view that many matters should terminate at the Court of Appeal, especially interlocutory appeals. There's also a situation where pre-election matters come all the way to the Supreme Court, whereas in national and state assembly elections, the substantive elections terminate at the Court of Appeal. I think all pre-election matters should terminate at the Court of Appeal. So many matters need to terminate at the Court of Appeal so that the Supreme Court can really live up to its designation as a policy court. Thank you very much. I don't believe enlarging the number of justices is the solution because the cases are so many. The backlog is tremendous. So even if you increase the number of justices, I believe that sometimes it gives the impression that, oh, there are more justices, so we can even file more appeals. It's more about the jurisdiction of the court, which I think should be limited. Thank you. I think His Excellency, the President of the Senate, has responded to the issue regarding elections. All I would say is that we need to strengthen our institutions, strengthen our attitude to elections so that people have confidence in the system and will not be encouraged to go to court all the time. The chairman of the Senate Committee on the Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters, you have raised the question about conflicting judgments, and we know that this is a very serious concern. Now we have what is known as the doctrine of stare decisis, where a lower court is expected to follow the decisions of a higher court. Where it is shown that a judicial officer deliberately fails to follow that doctrine, there will be strict consequences. Also, it is necessary because there are so many complaints about conflicting judgments that where these conflicting judgments occur, there be a need to have committees that will look into them and see how the court can take a position. The proper procedure will take place. The court cannot sit on appeal over its own decisions. But where these matters arise, the court's attention will be brought to them and they will be dealt with speedily. In the Supreme Court, for instance, where the court's attention is drawn to any of such matters, those matters will be fixed expeditiously so that those issues can be resolved. We know that it is a serious problem. It is also an act of misconduct if a judicial officer fails to follow laid down precedent. So this is something that is going to be tackled seriously. And yes, so in terms of the code of conduct, we will be dealing very decisively with matters where we find that this is happening. I also want to say that there are responsibilities for both the bar and the bench. So in this kind of situation, you also have legal practitioners who are aware of the existing precedent and they come and mislead the court. So as the head of the judiciary, I shall ensure that both the bar and the bench are up and doing in this regard, so that the legal practitioners disciplinary committee can also deal with those legal practitioners who are found to have deliberately misled the court. Another reason why you have some of these conflicting decisions is from what I would call forum shopping. So this is another area that will be tackled very seriously and very decisively. Thank you very much. I think I can take my seat.
Yes, my lord, you take your seat again.
Thank you.
And then you listen and await other questions. But the last statement you made about forum shopping, you are trying to say that, like in Abuja, if somebody loses in the Congress in Anambra State, the person can go to Casina and get an order that he's the chairman in order to remove Senator Ume. Is that not what they are? No, I'm just saying, I'm giving an example of Abuja. Yes, and then it will emerge from a court in Casina, while the Congress, while the matter concerns Abuja in Anambra. So that is forum shopping. So I think that must be taken seriously. And I think also it may require the intervention of the National Assembly so that some of these things can be codified. If you notice, I'm trying to make sure that every zone has an opportunity to ask questions so that nobody will say, my zone was left out. So, my zone was marginalized because she's for the whole country. So I have captured Northwest, I've captured Northeast through the Chief Whip. I have captured the... So let me look at the Southeast, Senator Tuniwe.
Thank you, my President, sitting as chair. My name is Dr. Tony Nwe, representing the group of Anambra Central District. My chairman, I want to ask a very simple question to our distinguished guest who is present. Our dear guest, I read through your CV, different professional affiliations, you are a member, different institutions you attended, from Queen's College Yaba to London School of Economics, University of Lagos, and so. Very impressed. But there are some two pertinent issues which I feel that I should ask you. That if this Senate, 10th Senate of Federal Republic of Nigeria, if we confirm you, whether you are going to take a bold step more than what your predecessors in office have done. These two issues are issues of, one, delay in administration of justice in Nigeria. Second issue is the issue of inefficiency. The Senate President is a lawyer of notable character. And you agree with me, I'm not a lawyer, I'm a medical doctor by training. There are two major pillars of natural justice, or two elements. Number one, nemo judas and cancer sua, which is that you are not going to be a judge in your case. Second thing is audio train party, which is here the other side. Now, this Senate or National Assembly in 2015 enacted a law, 2015, Administration of Criminal Justice in Nigeria. But up to now, the issue of delay in the justice dispensation in Nigeria, as well as issue of inefficiency, these two major issues are a major problem of judiciary. If this Senate confirms you, what steps are you going to take to address the issue of delays in our court, as well as increase or improve the issue of inefficiency, so that that issue or that maxim that judiciary is the last hope of common man, and also the issue of that justice delayed is justice denied, that Nigerians will be able to get justice at the appropriate time, not the issue of long delays as was expressed in the court. I rest my case. Thank you.
For a medical doctor, you have rested your case. Let me, from North Central, distinguished Senator, yes, let me start with the rights. We can have two people from North Central. Huh? Oh, okay, yeah. You are saying that it's Saliu Mustafa that came in before the governor? Huh? This is Saliu Mustafa, okay.
Your Excellency, the Senate President sitting as chair, distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Saliu Mustafa, representing Kwara Central. My Lord, the acting CJN, I want to join all others who have spoken before me to congratulate you, and also not just to congratulate you, but to adopt and possibly second what has been said from the first speaker, our Deputy Senate President. looking from your resume. Mine is a very simple question, and it is more like a summary of all what has been asked you. Asked by of you today here. Is how can you? I want to emphasize that word, access to justice. In your own opinion, you've been practicing for so many years now. There are certain areas you believe needs to be improved upon. There are certain things even those of us from the parliament here can also do to improve on you doing your job better in guaranteeing or improving the access to justice. Thank you very much.
Since it's a turn of North Central, Sani, do you want to talk first before Lalong? He seems very eager. Maybe there is something. Huh? Okay, so distinguished Senator Lalong, very short, so that Sani Musa can stop the Northwest at North Central. Senator Lalong.
Thank you very much, Mr.
You know, Senator Sani Musa. Senator Sani Musa, I apologize. I recognize your seniority, but he is a lawyer, so he might have found something that he wants the CJN to correct. So go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished senators, our guests, ably led by the incoming CJN. Sir, I speak on the side of first, as a deputy, I represent the good people of Plateau South and the deputy chairman committee on judiciary. I'm also speaking as a former governor. I know why I'm saying this. Mr. President, my question to the CJN, when you talk about autonomy, when you talk about independence, you are also talking about autonomy. I happen to chair the committee that on the side of governors that was fighting for the issue of autonomy and independence for the judiciary. We took the steps and we got up to Supreme Court on one aspect. My concern was that aspect that was rejected by the Supreme Court, and that has to do with the capital component. In other words, we are saying that they should, when you are taking charge of autonomy, you want to be autonomous, you must also be autonomous in all aspects, including capital projects. But surprisingly, we took the matter up to Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court rejected it, rejected autonomy. I say this because when we are talking about my interpretation, not as a lawyer, as a politician, is that when you are talking of autonomy, independence, you must carry everything. It must all be inclusive and also bear the consequences. And so I'm asking my Lord, do you still stand by that, or there is need for reconsideration? Because capital infrastructure is very, very important. It's very, very important if you want to be independent. That has gone, and I'm sure her Lordship was on that panel, if not presided over that panel. So you are now the CJN, and I have concern about this capital infrastructure, because without it, there is no independence. There is no independence, and so you cannot be absolutely be said to say that you can work without influence from outside.
Thank you.
That is my question.
Thank you. Don't influence her by arguing the case. She'll answer you.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator Sani.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Mohammed Sani Musa, representing Niger East Senatorial District. Our guest, the Acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, as nominee for the Chief Justice of Nigeria. My question is just straightforward. With your experience and the resume we have seen, you are fully qualified for this office, and Nigeria will need you. And part of that is that we have been having issues between states and federal government, or between the three tiers of government. Now that we are working on reviewing the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is it possible to think of having a constitutional court that will be handling these issues, and also issues related to electoral matters? And lastly, we have a lot of issues on terrorism in this country. So many times there have been arrests, but hardly we have seen such a huge number of arrests going vis-a-vis with adjudication. So I want to know if it is possible for us to have special courts that will also handle cases of terrorism like is being done in other countries. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished Senator Olame Leko.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sitting as chair, let me also join millions of Nigerians and my distinguished colleague in celebrating and congratulating Justice Kudirat Olatokunbo Kekereekun, who is the acting CJA of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, my question is very straightforward. Recently, there have been some interference in the appointment of judicial officers. Good example, what is currently happening in Osun State. My question is, how can the current process be improved upon without any controversies? Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Adamu Alero. Now, that is another Northwest because VSP has spoken. Southeast,
thank you, Mr. President.
Southeast, anyway, has spoken, but don't worry.
Distinguished colleagues, the nominee, I have a very simple and straightforward question. It's about the negative perception of judiciary. Mr. Nominee, in the event that this hallowed chamber confirmed you as the Chief Justice of Nigeria, what do you intend to do to reverse the negative perception of judiciary, particularly if you read Nigerian newspapers, even though perception is different from reality? But I think it is important for you and for us to really address this issue. Justice delivery is a problem in Nigeria. You see people that are arrested, put in prison, and some of them spend 3-4 years. And even if they are convicted, they may not be convicted for more than 2 to 3 months, but they end up spending 3 years. And that's why we have terrible prison congestion in this country. So this negative perception, how do you intend to really reverse it? Lastly, Mr. President, the Supreme Court made a very important judicial pronouncement. And this judicial pronouncement was commended by even the National Assembly. The Nigerian press, as negative as they are, as critical as they are, about the local government funds. With your permission, Mr. President, let me quote Section 287. The decision of the Supreme Court shall be enforced in any part of the Federation by all authorities and persons and by courts with subordinate jurisdiction to that of the Supreme Court. So, end of quotation, Mr. President. Nominee, what do you intend to do to enforce the judgment made by the Supreme Court on local government funds that are supposed to be released directly to the local government councils instead of local government joint account? And to be honest, distinguished colleagues, the present insecurity Nigeria is facing is simply because local government have been deprived of these funds. So it is important for the Supreme Court and for all courts in the country to enforce that judgment. I so rest my case, Mr. President. Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Alero, I want to thank you for your questions on the delay in dispensation of justice, and particularly awaiting trials, where somebody could wait for 2-3 years and then upon conviction 3 months. But the person has wasted 3 years, 4 years. It's happening all over the world, but in Nigeria it's very prevalent. And we want my Lord the CJN to proceed ideas on how she was going to checkmate the situation. Then the final question was on the recently pronounced local government judgment of the Supreme Court, which was highly commended all over. But you now asked her, how was she going to enforce? I just want to say that she may need to ignore that aspect, because she's not the one that will enforce her judgment. We will enforce it, but she will punish any courts below her that goes against the judgment of the Supreme Court. But the enforcement is that of the executive. I think so. But maybe if she has other ways of enforcing it, she may do so. And also it behoves on the National Assembly to also ensure that we tinker with the Constitution as well as the Electoral Act to align ourselves with the decision of the Supreme Court. I have said that in different fora outside here, and I've also directed the Deputy Senate President, who is chairman of the Constitutional Amendment Committee, and even yesterday I discussed with the chairman of INEC and others that they must bring proposals to tinker with the Electoral Act to enable us ensure the enforcement of the Supreme Court decision. So even we must join with the executive to align ourselves with the decision that is very popular, because they made a very popular judgment. So let me just get one more question from the south and northeast. Northeast. Distinguished Senator Shehu Kaka, Senior Advocate of Nigeria Designates.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Let me also join previous speakers in congratulating His Lordship Honorable Justice Kekere Ekun. And I also associate myself with the encomiums credited to her by previous speakers. My noble Lord, sir, my simple question is this: how do you propose to tackle the abuse of interim injunctions and ex parte orders by courts? Thank you very much, and wish you the best, my Lord.
I think that is, at that stage, my Lord, the acting CJ, you may take the floor again, so that you don't miss that point that you just brought.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Distinguished Senators, Distinguished Senator Dr. Tony Muye on what bold steps will be taken concerning delays in the administration of justice and inefficiency. Now, delays in the administration of justice. One of the things I would say as an overarching observation is that one of my focus will be to leverage technology, to leverage information technology. We have a judicial information technology policy for the judiciary where there is the national Nigerian case management system, e-filing, and so many other things. But it has not fully taken off throughout the Federation. I will ensure that I push for all our courts to be digitized, because that will solve a lot of problems. If the courts are digitized, it's easier to track cases from filing to judgment. It's easy to see the status of any particular case, and therefore heads of courts will have that responsibility to be able to easily check the progress of cases, call judges to order where they are not dealing with their matters expeditiously. Another area would be in the rules of court. A lot of our rules of court presently have many obsolete provisions. They have many provisions that delay rather than speed up the hearing of cases. So I will task heads of courts to look at their rules and see those ones that are no longer effective or no longer serving the cause of justice. I happen to have chaired the Rules Advisory Committee for the Supreme Court. We have just amended our rules that have remained the same for decades by introducing some innovations which we think will help to speed up the administration of justice, and we also hope that it will serve as a template for other courts. We have eliminated certain processes like filing applications for extension of time to file a process. These are some of the processes that fill our dockets and take up precious judicial time. We have made provisions whereby you are given an automatic extension of time in the first instance. In the second instance, you are given an extension of time of the same period with payment of penalty, and thereafter you will not be permitted to amend your process. You will not be given extension of time except in the case of capital punishment. We also have put more responsibility and accountability on legal practitioners, so that if you file a matter in court, if you file an appeal, because we know that appeals are often filed just to delay the hearing of the substantive matter, now we have requirement that along with your notice of appeal, you must have paid whatever costs were awarded against you at the lower court. These are some of the areas that we feel will reduce the matters that come to the court. Where we find that there is abuse of process, counsel will be damnified in costs personally, and there's a consequence if they fail to pay those costs within a stipulated time. They will not be allowed to appear in any superior court of record. We have many other innovations in the rules, but the point being made with the greatest respect is that heads of courts will be directed to also look at their own rules, have their committees to weed out all those provisions that do not enhance speedy dispensation of matters. Another area that will be useful is virtual hearing. Again, we'll be employing technology, especially in criminal matters where you have delays because perhaps suspects cannot be produced from the correctional center, or witnesses or prosecutors being transferred all over the place. At a time, we had a situation where courtrooms were built inside the prison, but it didn't solve the problem. But with the experience we had with COVID-19, we have seen how useful virtual hearing can be, and that is something that I will also encourage so that criminal matters can be disposed of expeditiously. There will also be the need to have consultation with other stakeholders in the justice delivery sector, like the police, the security agencies, correctional centers, and so on. Because it is not just the job of the judges. All the stakeholders need to be involved and need to be on the same page in terms of wanting matters to be concluded speedily. I believe that the position we are in now, where there are so many negative comments about the judiciary, that this is a time that all hands should be on deck to ensure that we actually serve the people freely, fairly, transparently, and effectively. Distinguished Senator Mustafa, Kwara Central, access to justice. How will I enhance access to justice? Again, apart from adopting proactive rules of court, the digitization of the judiciary should also help, because we will also have websites that would have necessary information about what the court is doing, and also judgments to be published as soon as they are delivered. This is something that I will work towards, so that the public, when we are fully digitized, can go on their computers and find out any information about any of our courts in the shortest possible time. We also look at other impediments to access to justice, moving justice closer to the people, being more open, and also to liberalize our processes so that more people can access the courts. Another point I would make is that in addition to matters going before the courts, I will also promote ADR, that is Alternative Dispute Resolution, because this is a way in which we can decongest our courts and everybody can leave the determination of their matter feeling confident. What we always say is that with courts, if you have matters in court, there's always a victor and a vanquished. Whereas when you refer matters to ADR, all the parties can live satisfied. It's also necessary to make our processes more transparent. I think that is covered by the digitization that I'm talking about. This is also capital intensive, so we will also be looking for the necessary support from the relevant institutions. Distinguished Senator Lalong, on independence of the judiciary, autonomy, and the capital component. Now, in that respect, the Supreme Court has spoken. I represent the Supreme Court. I cannot say the Supreme Court has spoken wrongly. However, if there is any situation that arises where the court's attention could be brought to, whatever it is that, and you may want to have another look at, the court cannot review its judgment once delivered. So it's a matter of, if other matters come up, perhaps the court's attention could be drawn to this issue again. Another way of looking at it is that the court interpreted the Constitution as it understood it to be. As the legislature, it is up to your distinguished selves to also have another look at the law and see if there is a way to bring it in line with that decision. Distinguished Senator Musa, on whether there should be a constitutional court for election matters, terrorism, and so on. What I believe is that what is more important is looking at our systems, our processes, as I've said, because no matter how many courts we have, at one point or the other, they'll become congested, and we get back to the same problem. So it's more about looking at our systems to make them more efficient, more effective. Distinguished Senator Olamilekon, appointment of judicial officers. You mentioned interference with the appointment of judicial officers. As I have stated earlier, we will ensure that this process is more rigorous, more transparent, and more acceptable to the people. Distinguished Senator Ailero, on the negative perception of the judiciary, awaiting trial inmates and so on. In fact, we just had this week a conference, a roundtable with heads of courts. And this is one of the matters that came up. And we are exploring ways to ensure that prison decongestion is carried out frequently, so that those who need not be in our correctional centers can be released as quickly as possible. And then I've also suggested that if we have more of virtual hearing, trials would not take as long, because in criminal matters, the delay is usually the inability to produce witnesses or to produce the inmates from the correctional centers. If we have more virtual hearing, I believe this matter would be resolved. And then distinguished Senator Kaka, on interim injunction and ex parte orders. The Code of Conduct for Judicial Officers specifically speaks to interim ex parte orders, the power to grant ex parte orders, and that it must not be abused. We continue to press on all our judicial officers that in most cases there is time to put the other side on notice. And where this power to issue ex parte orders is abused, those found responsible will be dealt with decisively. Yes, there are situations where ex parte orders are necessary, but in many cases it may not be so. And where we are made to see that these orders have been granted indiscriminately, those involved will be dealt with decisively. The same thing with interim injunctions. Essentially, it is about judges not abusing the power that they have. And all this will be made very clear to them, and we will tighten our disciplinary procedures in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, but I think all the other regions of the country have been touched. So let's start. We've touched the Southeast. Tony Weyer was from Southeast. Unless you have an addendum. Okay, proceed. Leader from Southeast, Distinguished Senator Mwebwe.
Thank you, my President. I remain Senator Peter Onyekachi Mwebwe, wearing the golden crown of the people of Ebonyi North Senatorial Zone of Ebonyi State. My Lord, the CJN, I have to address you as such because equity regards has done which ought to be done. And this Senate does equity. My Lord, I will bother you with one question, which I have seen as part of our social problems in service delivery to Nigerians. My Lord, it is tried to say that today, bail is not free for Nigerians in all our police stations. I say so because in the course of the submission of Mr. President, He said, upon the shoulder of the CJN rests justice to all Nigerians. And that is the beginning of serving Nigerians with justice. My Lord, I want to know, is there anything you can do differently by way of practice directive to stop these exploitations of Nigerians in our police stations? It's a fact that speaks for itself. Some of us that were in legal practice before now have seen it and it's happening, and nobody can deny it. Is there anything you can do as the Chief Justice of Nigeria to guarantee the rights of Nigerians under investigation at the police stations? Thank you, my Lord.
Well, distinguished Senator Webe, my Lord, that question actually will be answered in collaboration with your brother, the Inspector General of Police. Because I know that the CGN can only deal with matters before her. When there is no matter before her, I don't think anybody has ever gone to the Supreme Court to argue that they extorted money from me at the police station. I think we should have a channel to reach the IGP, and then they should also give maybe telephone numbers across the nation. We have taken up with the Inspector General of Police. So where there is extortion in terms of denial of bail or before bail is granted, you can call a number, a toll-free number, and then the IG will step into action. Because there are too many police stations across Nigeria. You understand what I mean? So maybe she may see answer, but this may never get to her. Because it will die in the local government or at the police station. But it's good that you brought it up. Since we are still within the southeastern presence of the Senate, we may now require Senator Oju Sokalo, because we are about to round off. So it's important that from the southeast you say something. See, Senator Ome is claiming, he's trying to claim seniority, but I know you are.
Thank you, Mr. President. My colleagues, my own is just at the point of caution of the Senate. The executive that comes to this room, when they are here, we used to ask the female counterparts to take a bow and go. Why are we doing a different thing in the floor of the Senate? Where she deserves to take a bow and go. So, because when the executives are here, we ask the women to take a bow and go. Why? For a woman, no, I'm coming, please. For a person have gone to this level, she has served the country, and she has answered all the questions. Are you people are still putting your hands up to continue keeping her? I mean, it does not make sense, my colleagues. I only want her to explain to me just one question. My name is my question is commendation that a woman of this level has gone this far. My emotion, I'm putting an emotion on the floor of the Senate. I'm putting an emotion on the floor of the Senate. Mr. President, I'm putting a motion on the floor of the Senate.
We will not entertain motions when we are doing this kind of important screening.
No, it's very important, but we have contradicted our rules.
I want to thank you for your contribution.
I
want to thank you.
We have contradicted our rules.
I want to thank you.
Our rules is that I'm moving a motion that she should take a bow and go.
Let me just, distinguished colleagues, just for the purpose of dismissing Senator Oju Sakalo, knowing that what we are doing here is very serious, and also knowing that the entire Nigerians are glued to their television to listen to the incoming Chief Justice of Nigeria, and knowing that all the embassies in Nigeria are listening to her, and knowing that the global community is listening to her. I want to, is there anybody in support of that motion? Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The nays have it. You are ruled out of order. Now, I must also correct you that we are not screening her as a woman. We are screening her as an incoming Chief Justice of Nigeria, substantive. And if you want to know, even in within the bar, there is no woman. I addressed the Nigerian Bar Association recently, and I said, my dear brothers, my colleagues, my brothers and sisters, they all went mental. So finally I said, okay, I've withdrawn the sisters, my dear colleagues, and they now applauded, because when you are in this kind of position, there is nothing like woman. So there is no gender difference in the judiciary. So let me go to South. Distinguished Senator Ekong Samson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Ekong Samson. I represent Akwa Ibom South. I want to join my colleagues in the flood of tributes for the nominee. The office is no doubt a very serious office. And I recall the words of Kauri Esho, JSC as it then was, who said that the Supreme Court is a super court, and the justices of that court are superhuman beings. So the nominee is coming aboard at a very important time in this country. My question is on two major limbs. One, we talk so well about needs to broaden and enrich the access to justice. I want to know respectfully, my Lord, if we confirm you, will you support the position that in our attempts to further enrich the bench, some members from the academia can be brought aboard to the superior bench, just as it was with Elias, just as it was with Toby? Two, we also share strongly from the passions about the need for the justice system to be run in such a way that substantial justice prevails over rules of technicalities, over issues of technicalities. As the Chief Justice of Nigeria, respectfully, how will you encourage the side of opinion that substantial justice at all times must prevail over undue technicalities? I was very impressed, my Lord, when you spoke about the Supreme Court as a policy court. That answers a lot of questions. On that limb, I would like to know, how would you, in broad terms, encourage the Supreme Court to reign as a court of policy, which will deepen the confidence of the public in that court and in the justice system in this country? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. But you know, she did not say that the Supreme Court is only a court of policy. She said that the Supreme Court is a policy, it's a court of law, and also a court of policy. So they must also deal with issues of law as well as issues of policy. But the fundamental question you have asked is, my Lord, will you support the elevation of lawyers from the bar straight to the Supreme Court or straight to Court of Appeal without that senior legal practitioners without passing through the high courts, magistrate courts, or otherwise? I think that's the question you ask. Elevation of very senior practitioners, and also elevation of people from the academic, like Professor, that's the bar. I'm talking about moving people from the bar, whether they are in the academia or whether they are in strict legal practice. But the question is, many of them are agitating to be moved straight to the Supreme Court, boycotting the other courts. Would you support? Because you mentioned Justice Elias, and then you mentioned Nikitobi. I don't know what happened in the case of Justice Nikitobi, but I know that Justice Elias came from, I think, either from practice or whatever, straight to the Supreme Court. Am I right? And so that's the kind of thing you're talking about. That by merely practicing, that they have enough experience to be moved to the Supreme Court, to populate the Supreme Court without passing through the runs. So I think she got the question. She will be able to put it well. Distinguished, I'm in South. Distinguished Senator Adams Oshomole.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Adams Aliu Oshomole. I represent the good people of Edo North from Edo State, where my Lord, the Acting Chief Judge, did our NYC. Like everybody has said, sir, no one will look at this CV and want to ask questions. And I thought that for those who are in doubt, this training is not an act of favor or punishment. We just want to be enlightened as to have a window into the way in which the mind of the next Chief Justice of Nigeria works. So for Kalu, I needed to understand that we are not doing her any favor by saying, take a bow. In any case, that has been settled. I just want to ask one or two questions. You know, my Lord, when we complain of crowded court, the courts only adjudicate based on the judicial confined on it by Parliament. For example, when my case went to court as a governor or governorship dispute, the law then was that cases are terminated at the Court of Appeal. The National Assembly, in its wisdom, chose to remove that bar and say the cases must now terminate at the Supreme Court. So we can't overload a vehicle and then blame the driver for carrying overload. But there are a couple of issues that I believe many of us, distinguished senators, must be aware of. That depending on the party you belong, at the level of the state judiciaries, people tend to prefer, talking about forum shopping, to file cases before Federal High Court, particularly if it's a case in which you believe the state governor or the state government may have an interest. And how we deal with this, how the Chief Justice of the Federation can encourage judges in the state to show the same level of courage to pronounce where it's so discovered that a state government, I don't want to rush to Federal High Court because of the fear that judges, in many cases at the state level, don't want to enter judgment that will be offensive to the state executive. That is recently in the state, and for obvious reasons, I won't mention the state. The National Judicial Council approved the appointment of new judges, which is in line with the Constitution. But the state governor in Benin decided, I didn't mention him, I mentioned a city. A state governor in Benin refused refused to swear in. Excuse me.
You are protected. You did not mention the state. You only mentioned Benin.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Benin is not a state.
That's right. So, as we speak, those judges were not sworn in, even though they have been cleared by the National Judicial Council. When I was a governor, sir, there was a case, a judgment against the state government. But because the governor has immunity, the judge decided to sentence, to convict the Attorney General for contempt of court. So I'm like, if a state governor disobeys a ruling of a superior court, and because the governor has immunity, there is nothing you can do, I would have expected that the Attorney General will be charged for contempt of court or showing disrespect to the National Judicial Council, so that the discretion we exercise should not be abused to the extent that all of the processes that the National Judicial Council goes through to select and approve and forward to the governor for ratification. I am sure, Mr. President, you approve many such recommendations, not necessarily because you like the persons, but in the wisdom of the National Judicial Council, they've cleared them. So I thought that there might be, like to know how, whether a legislation is required or the Supreme Court, being a policy court, what it can do to help to curtail abuse of power at the level of the state. And lastly, there was this case of Mr. I don't know whether I should mention his name, the guy who was sentenced to 3 years in prison, up to the Court of Appeal. And the Supreme Court found that this was a criminal case that has to do with somebody who operated or officiated at the, I believe, NTA. He served all of the 3 years in prison. And then the Supreme Court found that he was wrongly convicted. The only benefit he's got is that he cannot now be referred to as a convict. But he suffered the punishment for 3 years. In such cases, where the lower court has misapplied the law, and a citizen has been sentenced to prison and served the whole of the 3 years, or even 5 years, is there a way in which the Supreme Court can order compensation for victims that suffer such humiliation for an act for which they were never guilty? And each time I see the guy on television, I wonder how he feels that he was in prison for 3 years, and the Supreme Court found that he was wrongly jailed, and yet he has suffered it and there are no compensation. I would have imagined that the court can award compensation, huge compensation, not the type that is not even enough to pay the cost of a senior advocate, but one that will also fairly compensate the victim for the period he spent in jail wrongly. Thank you, my Lord, and I also want to congratulate your family, because having seen that you serve in virtually all the jurisdictions, north, south, east, west, that means that for most of the time, members of your family were alone. And so for you to accomplish this, I think members of your family deserve commendation as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
So with the last commendation of the members of our family by Zulu Senator Shumole, we have to return back to the serious business of screening and asking pertinent questions. You need to know that even outside this climb, screening of this nature sometimes takes 42 hours. In some jurisdictions, Chief Justice of Nigeria and even Justice of the Supreme Court designates are screened for up to 2 days. So, my Lord, it's not a waste of time. It is because Nigerians have a lot of questions that they want to ask, and they cannot ask those questions. We are their representatives. We are the ones that can ask. They want to hear from you as you are coming in, because after this, hardly will anybody see you, including my colleagues here. So this is the only time we can see you. So And that's why almost everybody is struggling to ask one question or the other to hear your perspective to issues. And then we can now forecast on the judiciary in the next 5 years, commencing from the reforms you are going to bring. Distinguished Senator Ningi.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. My name is Senator Abdul Ningi, and I represent Bauchi, Central of Bauchi State. Let me join Mr. President in welcoming you and our Lordship to this very august chamber, and further congratulate you for this very, very special nomination. I recall seeing you in the confirmation of Justice Mohammed Tanko and Justice Ariola. You accompanied both of them. And one of the highlights of those two sessions was the issue that was raised by Senator Kwaka SAN on the issue of the ex parte order and the assurances we had then received by their Lordship doing something about it. These ex parte orders, my Lord, has become a tsunami in Nigeria. And therefore, some of us begin to wonder, how easy are these orders assessed? I can tell you straight that 6 years ago, Your Lordship, I had the opportunity of visiting a political friend in his office, and he opened his box and brought 5 ex parte orders in advance. Ex parte orders in advance, and from a competent court of jurisdiction in this country. And it makes me wonder how that is possible. And you could see within the last, by the time I met him, he was using these ex parte orders. All they were doing was to fill in the gap, fill in the dates. And he has assessed these ex parte orders in anticipation of possible problems by political opponents. And believe me, my Lordship, those orders succeeded at the end of the day. Now, the question that I would like to ask you, is the hand of the judiciary tight in the possibility of not making out sanction? Or do you need an intervention of legislation in making sure that such irresponsibility is actually made by a law of the National Assembly, making sure that it's criminalized? What's your opinion about it? I know, as a fact, you made mention of the necessity of this ex parte order, but you can see clearly it doesn't work in this country. People have these orders left, right, and center. People are trying to block road of justice at every given time. And I want, during your tenure, so that by the time the next justice is coming before the Senate, this question may not arise. But these two justices, they assured us something will be done, and actually nothing serious is being done about this matter. Please, I want you to comment. Thank you.
Yes, this is Senator Neda. This is Senator Kobowe.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I am Senator Kombowe Friday Benson, representing Bayelsa Central Senatorial District. Mr. President, sometime on the 10th of May 2016, while addressing an audience, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom made a very open declaration about Nigeria and Nigerians. That Nigerians are fantastically corrupt, distinguishing nobody
excluding nobody. The statement was so clear that Nigerians and Afghanistan, these two countries are the most corrupt countries in the whole world. And here we are. Sir, I want a very distinguished acting Chief Justice of the Federation to help us to explain those who David Cameron were actually referring to. Are they here? Which of them are the corrupt Nigerians? Are the senators corrupt? Is the judiciary corrupt? Which of them, which of the Nigerians is David Cameron referring to? Mr. President, sir, are we expecting a corruption-free moment and period of our reign in Nigeria? That is my question, sir.
Distinguished Senator Kuboe.
Yes, sir.
I don't think one of the requirements of being a Chief Justice of Nigeria is to possess the power of witchcraft. To be able to interpret what a Prime Minister of United Kingdom meant with his statement. If you ask her now to explain what David Cameron meant, it means you are expecting her to possess some kind of spiritual powers that are different from her legal. We are talking about her competence and her experience in legal matters. Not in fact, this brings me, my Lord, you can take the stage and join it and answer this other one. Should judicial officers allow social media reports to influence their decisions? Because you see sometimes in court, some people may take like 1,000, 2,000 people to bombard, and even right now, when I was a young lawyer and I appeared before you in 1989 in the Magistrate Court in Lagos, at that time, whenever there was a case in court, nobody was expected to comment on it. But today you see very celebrated senior advocates of Nigeria sitting down on television to comment on cases that are already before either the Court of Appeal or before the Supreme Court, in an attempt to influence the outcome of those cases. And then sometimes they sponsor social media rats to go attacking the judiciary and trying to influence in one way or the other decisions that are already before the courts. And sometimes they are even the counsels to those cases. So what will you do to stop judges from bothering themselves about the opinions of people on social media, about comments by prime ministers in other countries who themselves are not clean, about Nigeria? And then you focus on the law, you focus on decided cases, you focus on your conscience and things that will promote the rule of law in Nigeria, and ignore the outcry of sponsored social media. How will you make sure that their lordships across board ignore those bringing injustice to Nigerians because of social media publications? My Lord, and then you may choose to ignore the law. that was met in another judicial climb in the United Kingdom, and I don't want you to possess other spiritual powers to know what the man meant. Thank you, my Lord.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished Senator Ekong Samson, Akwa Ibom South. I will address the issue of the need for substantial justice and whether there must be compliance with the issue of substantial justice and technicalities. Over the years, we have emphasized in our judgments about the need for courts to promote substantial justice over technicalities. However, I believe that sometimes there's a misconception on what constitutes technicalities. Because we have rules, we have laws, we have precedents that we follow. And where a precedent is followed, it will not be correct to say that the court has enthroned technicality over substantial justice. All courts are admonished all the time to eschew technicalities, but it's not in every instance that matters are decided on technicalities. At the same time, where the court looks at the case before it and decides based on the facts and the application of the law. Sometimes the application of the law to the facts might appear to be rather technical. And this is why we also have the appellate courts who can correct errors where they are made. On the issue of elevation to the Supreme Court, I will crave your indulgence to leave that question for a different forum. Distinguished Senator Adams Oshomole from Edo North. You talked about the crowded courts docket and the position where at a point in time matters terminated at the Court of Appeal, later on moved to the Supreme Court, and then the difference between cases filed at the Federal High Court and cases filed at the State High Courts. What I would say is that it is the legislature that enacts the laws that confer jurisdiction on the courts. And therefore, anybody who has an option to go to either the Federal High Court or the State High Court is entitled to utilize that option. At the same time, where cases are decided, where it appears that a certain side is favored, the appellate procedure is there. And I think that is the only way we can curb it, unless there is clear evidence of bias or any inducement, corruption, or anything like that. But other than that, whatever decisions are given, the option is to go on appeal. And if you can satisfy the appellate court or the Supreme Court that the court concerned was swayed by other considerations, then the court will give whatever judgment is applicable in the circumstances. Now, on the appointment of new judges, the situation where judges have been recommended for appointment and they have not been sworn in that instance, the National Judicial Council has made its position very clear, and it is the National Judicial Council that gives the directive for who should be appointed. And once that is done, there is nothing more for the National Judicial Council to do. It is to the detriment of any state concerned if it is now working with a lower number of judges, and you have capable and already confirmed judges that are not being able to carry out their duties. It is not a matter that the Supreme Court can intervene in unless a matter is brought to the Supreme Court on that issue. The issue of compensation for a person who has served his time and found to be not guilty, can the Supreme Court order compensation? The Supreme Court can only decide on matters that are specifically brought before it and grant reliefs. And where there is no legislation that gives the court that power or that authority, there's nothing the court can do. At best, the court can just make an obiter comment on it, that this is a situation where, in ordinary course of things, this person ought to be compensated. But it's not for the Supreme Court to unilaterally make such an order, because everything we do has to be based on the jurisdiction that is conferred on the court. Distinguished Senator Abdul Ningi from Bauchi Central, you asked for assurances with regard to ex parte orders and an issue of ex parte orders prepared in advance, whether the hands of the judiciary is tied, and whether there should be legislation against the grant of ex parte orders. Now, the situation with ex parte orders, where it is, you see, in order to have the judiciary that we desire, we also need to be able to follow through on certain issues. If there's a situation where a judge is found to have ex parte orders prepared in advance, such a judge should be reported to the NJC and necessary action will be taken. It is not fair, even on the judiciary, when these allegations are made and nothing is done to substantiate them or to follow up on them. And we know that even when petitions are filed before the NJC, in some instances, you find that the petitioner comes back and withdraws the petition. So it is important for the NJC to be able to exercise its own powers, that these sort of matters are brought to its attention. And then the grant of ex parte order is discretionary, but there are guidelines. So where a judge is found to have ignored those guidelines, to have acted without due regard to proper process or even the facts of the matter, then the necessary action will be taken once it is brought to the attention of the National Judicial Council. As I've mentioned, the Code of Conduct will be strictly enforced, and judges are admonished not to grant ex parte orders indiscriminately. So it's an act of misconduct. But at the same time, it would not be proper, in my humble opinion, to enact a law that does away entirely with ex parte orders, because they are necessary in certain circumstances. Distinguished Senator Ofowe from Bayelsa Central. Pardon? Hombowe, I beg your pardon. I want to believe that his question was rhetorical, and I have, I think, the permission of His Excellency to pass it over about whether who are those corrupt people. Then, Your Excellency, your question: should judicial officers allow social media to influence their decisions? Certainly not. We have taken an oath of office to carry out our responsibilities without fear of favor, affection, or ill will. So whatever is in social media definitely should not affect the way we make our decisions. However, it is true that there is a lot that goes on social media and other fora. And this is one of the aspects that contributes to the negative perception of the judiciary, because you have narratives out there that have no correlation to the facts that are before a particular court. And again, whether they are senior members of the bar or other members of the bar, there are procedures. A senior member of the bar who has earned the rank of silk, it's a privilege. It's not a right, and that privilege could be withdrawn if it is abused. So in any of these situations, the courts too will use their own powers. We do have powers where a matter is sub judice and somebody goes out in public on the television station, media, social media, to comment on those cases, because it does have a negative effect on the administration of justice, on how we handle our cases. Because when you then give a judgment, the way it is assessed is based on what has been in social media. But notwithstanding that, I would say that judges know the oath they have taken and will abide by that oath and not be influenced by social media. Thank you.
I Lord, you were very political in the last answer. We were very slightly specific. We are saying that recently, very senior members of the bar, we all know them. They are fond of being on politics today. We were commenting on cases that are before either the Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court. And this wasn't the case in the past. We are saying under your tenure, yes, will there be a procedure where you bring some of them to justice? Because they ought not to, because their comments and their analysis tend to influence the final outcome of those cases. And in most instances tend to bring about injustice. Because they are not aware, they are not sayers of the facts that are before their lordships.
Yes.
But they will go out there, instead of arguing the cases in the court, they will go and sit down on television and be arguing the cases on television. And for the junior lawyers, the younger ones who are coming up, they are now beginning to think that that is the norm. If under your tenure, any of those senior lawyers, brought to book to say you cannot, when the case is in court, it has become the matter is down sub judice. So if the court can invite, or even the agency can discipline a senior lawyer who is fond of sitting down to analyze cases that are yet to be decided upon on television, in social media and all that, I think it will serve as a deterrent and will also help to bring back the integrity of the judiciary and the judicial system that we are talking about. That's why we are saying, under you, will you tolerate it? Because if you sound a clear note of warning to Nigerians, the teaming lawyers across the country will be wary that there is a new sheriff in town and that people should stop using the social media, using televisions to try to influence judgments in their favor, instead of going to argue the matters in the court. They play to the gallery, and you see them rolling from side to side on television and all that. Sometimes for some of us who have been in practice for decades, I shudder in fear, and nobody calls them to order. So we are saying under you, will you take steps to bring sanity to bear by collaborating with the bar and ensuring that those people are disciplined and that matters that are sub judice should not be discussed on television, should not be discussed on pages of newspapers, should not be taken to social media, should not be taken for analysis on radios by very senior lawyers. If they lose the rank of senior advocates of Nigeria because of those actions, it will serve as deterrent to those who are.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I want to assure you that as chairman of the Legal Practitioners Privileges Committee, we will ensure that those who should be disciplined, those who are in the habit of speaking on social media, condemning the judiciary, commenting on cases that are sub judice, will not have anywhere to hide. They will be dealt with decisively. Thank you.
We won't allow you to sit down again. Because with those comments, I believe Nigerians are very much reassured. The chambers is totally reassured of the fact that we are coming in with a very strict hand to ensure that justice is delivered to all and sundry, and not only to those who have access to social media to abuse the people the way they like. So I thank you for the questions you have answered, and it is my humble opinion that the leader of the Senate will make a statement for you to think about while we consider we take cognizance of all the submissions you have made before us. Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as chair. And I want to thank our distinguished colleagues, senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for your time and attention to this very important matter. I also want to once again thank my lords, the most senior judicial officers who have been a part of this proceeding. Mr. President, sitting as chair, we have come to the end of the first segment of this confirmation hearing. And what will be left in the second stage will be for us, as senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to look into the various issues and be able to discuss and come to a final conclusion, except to add that we also have, as part of our prerequisite, we have all the necessary reports, the security clearance from the Department of State Security, the clearance from the Office of the Inspector General of Police, all alluding to the fact that we have before us a Nigerian who is clean in the eye of the law and who is deemed by the security agencies as a fit and proper person for us to consider to be Chief Justice of Nigeria. I also need to say, Mr. President, sitting as chair, that we do not have any petition before us as a parliament that would have inhibited us from further deliberating and taking a final decision on this matter. So having said all of this, Mr. President, sitting as chair, in order for us to be able to go to the next segment of this hearing, may I most humbly, at this point, move that we allow my Lord, the acting CJN, to take a bow at this point so that she can leave us for us to continue on the further legislative activities that we need to engage in for us to conclude this process. Once again, Mr. President, sitting as chair, I thank you and our distinguished colleagues.
Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, sitting as chair, very distinguished colleagues, our guests. Having answered all the questions raised and cleared all the doubts here and there, I write to second the motion that we allow our nominee to take a bow and leave. I so second.
Okay. Distinguished colleagues, we may not be able to take all questions today, so she has sent a message that those who have further questions can do so in writing and pass through the chairman of the Senate Committee on Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters, and our office will try to do justice to those things. Now, the motion for her to take a bow, so we go into other matters as we move and seconded those who are in support that she has done justice to all the questions so far asked, and that she could take a bow and lead the team of very senior judicial officers out of the chambers and lead other strangers out of the hallowed chambers of the 10th Senate. Say aye. Those again say nay. The ayes have it. My Lord, you may now take a bow.
acting Chief Justice of Nigeria there, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, taking her leave of the Red Chamber after being screened by the legislators in line with the provisions of Section 231, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, in line with the request of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who appointed Justice Kekereekun as the Chief Justice of Nigeria. She is the 23rd Chief Justice of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the second woman to occupy the seat. Justice Kudirat Kekereekun studied law at the University of Lagos from 1977 to 1980, where she obtained LLB in that institution, from where she proceeded to the Nigerian Law School and was called to the bar on 10th July 1981. She first started her career in law in private practice for a few years and then decided to join the bench, where she was appointed a senior magistrate grade 2 by the Lagos State Judiciary in December 1989, and that marks the beginning of her career on the bench. She was appointed a judge of the High Court of Lagos in 1996. So she was here today in the Red Chamber for screening, preparatory to her being confirmed. So many questions were fielded by the acting Chief Justice. Issues about discipline, issues about administration of justice, issues concerning efficiency in the courts, as well as the perspective of the public in relation to the integrity of the courts. These are some of the issues that the legislators dwelt on while asking the acting Chief Justice questions during the screening.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, very distinguished senators, I rise, Mr. President, to move for extension of time pursuant to Order 8 sub 3 of our rules to enable us conclude on this. And also, Mr. President, by extension, to also say the sanctity of the chambers is sacrosanct. And to that extent, I move that all our colleagues ensure to be well seated in their seat for us to continue with the proceedings of the day. I so move, Mr. President, sitting as chair.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Distinguished Senate Leader, you move a motion in line with Rule 12 of our Senate Standing Orders that we had earlier, you had earlier moved a motion that it should be invoked and the standing orders of the Senate should be suspended to allow strangers to enter the chambers. Now, with their exit, you are saying we should restore the sound.
This is the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority, bringing to you live proceedings inside the Senate. In the past 3 hours, we brought you the screening exercise of the acting Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekerekun, who was in the Red Chamber for the screening exercise as the Senate gets set to confirm her appointment by the President as the Chief Justice of Nigeria. She has exited the chamber alongside the justices that were on her entourage. And this is where we come to the end of today's live telecast of proceedings inside the Senate. We thank you for your time and urge you to stay tuned as we go back to the studio to continue the broadcast of other scheduled programs. I'm Lami Ali. Thank you.
"24 hours a day. NTA International
will be joining our outside broadcast crew for another live.
Two very strategic numbers: 3 that stands for the Trinity and 7 perfection. Father, at this moment we thank you for perfecting order that concerns Akwa Ibom State based on the Trinity in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, today we are gathered here to continue on the celebration of the 37th anniversary of Akwa Ibom State with this very strategic event of flagging off of the second farming season in Akwa Ibom State. Father, in the Arise agenda, critical and number 1 on the item is agricultural revolution, and this has biblical implication. Today we are here. We lift up your name because you are God. Not only is His Excellency feeding gracious and wonderful Father the people of Akwa Ibom State, is also an initiative in place for us to go back to the farms. Today we are taking a practical step towards it, and we pray that as we do this, we ask you to please take charge and superintend over these events. At the end of the day, let honor and glory be unto you, and let Akwa Ibom people, in the name that is above every other name, not only see peace, let, O gracious and wonderful Father, be prosperity in our palaces. In Jesus' mighty and everlasting name we pray.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great farmers. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, the Governor, our dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, pleased to welcome all of us to the flag off of the second farming season and distribution of farming food to farmers And this one, His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom, said is attending personally. Let me therefore welcome and invite all Akwa Ibom people, all farmers who are here gathered, to put their hands together respectfully and welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Moino. Please, can we celebrate him? Thank you so much. I acknowledge respectfully also the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, distinguished Senator Dr. Mrs. Akone Yagayi. We welcome you, ma, and we celebrate you. I acknowledge and welcome the Chairman of the People's Democratic Party in our state, represented at this event by the wife. Please, can we put our hands together, celebrate and welcome the wife of our chairman. I acknowledge and welcome members of the National Assembly who have joined us here. From the Senate, we welcome distinguished Senator Emmanuel Iborisien, and distinguished Senator Effiong Bob, and all the other respected members of the National Assembly. We celebrate and welcome all of you. We welcome also members of the Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, all of you who are here. We acknowledge you through the member that speaks for Uran State Constituency. Please, can we put our hands together and celebrate her? We welcome you, sitting just with her INI colleague. We welcome all of you and we appreciate you. The Secretary to the Government of Akwa Ibom State is here, Prince Enobongwa. We celebrate you. The Head of the Civil Service also here, Elder Effiong is here, and we welcome and celebrate you. We thank all of you for being a part of this event. Wife of the former Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Mrs. Fumi Dongesen-Kanga, we celebrate your presence. Let me acknowledge all honorable commissioners who have joined His Excellency for this event. All of you who are here, we acknowledge and appreciate you. But let me welcome specifically on their behalf the Honorable Commissioner in charge of the Ministry of Agriculture in Akwa Ibom State. Please, can we celebrate Dr. Ofyongofo and, of course, her dear husband seated just beside her. We celebrate and welcome you. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, we welcome all our leaders, all permanent secretaries, heads of extra ministerial departments, chairmen of boards. We celebrate and welcome you. Honorary special advisors to His Excellency the Governor, we celebrate and welcome all of you. We acknowledge all the stakeholders and leaders of Uran local government area, and of course, all other local government areas who have joined His Excellency here. I acknowledge the Honorable Commissioner in charge of the Ministry of Internal Security and Waterways, and Uran Son, General Kokoesien. And of course, we also acknowledge political advisor to the Governor, Prince Godwin Tukude, PhD. We celebrate you. As I make efforts to end on the introductions, Your Excellency, I acknowledge and welcome paramount rulers who are here. The paramount ruler of Ona local government area is here. His Royal Majesty Edem Remoni Yang, and the paramount ruler of Uran local government area, represented by the village head of Nokoran, Udwak Basi. We acknowledge and welcome you. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, the Chairman of Transition Committee for Uran local government area, Honorable Evangelist Udwak Obong Udoenang, we celebrate you and spouse, and of course the candidate of our party, who will go on to become the chairman of Uran local government area. Please, we celebrate and welcome you, the surveyor. Thank you so much. All the other leaders of Uran local government area, please, we celebrate and thank you. We also acknowledge all our security agencies that are here. We welcome you, we thank you, we appreciate you. All Farmers Association, Rice Farmers Association, all the farming groups from all the local government areas. We celebrate you, we welcome you. These female youths that are here, we celebrate you. And all our guests, please, thank you so much. Your Excellency, respectfully, having finished with the introductions, I want to respectfully please invite the Chairman of the Transition Committee for Uran local government area, the Honorable Evangelist Udwak Udoenang, to please come and officially welcome His Excellency the Governor for this very, very, very strategic and thoughtful engagement happening here in Uran local government area.
Oje Bapuran, Oje Bapuran, Kong Fabio, Ibana Bretum, PDP, power to the people, PD and P, arise, that same God. With due respect to our dear Governor, His Excellency, Pastor Umar Basieno, a man of peace, a seasoned man. Father, Daddy, we are so delighted to have you in Uran. Thank you for coming to Uran today. May God bless you in Jesus' name. Amen. No wonder the Bible says, when a righteous rules, the people rejoice. Indeed, you are a good father. We celebrate you. With due respect to our dear mother, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, distinguished Senator Akone, Mommy, thank you for coming to Uran. Please permit me to acknowledge the Commissioner of Agriculture. Thank you, the great woman. My gratitude today to God Almighty for making this event a reality. I return all glory to Him in the name of Jesus Christ. I want to thank our dear Governor too for giving me the privilege to stand here today. Thank you. It has not happened before. Thank you. Uran would never forget this soon. Thank you very much. The stakeholders of Uran, through the leadership of our dear Senator, distinguished Senator Enekan Basi, the transition members, and all the staff of Uran here, by the grace of God, and I too, the transition chairman of Uran local government. Daddy, we welcome you to Uran. Thank you. We welcome all your entourage. We welcome all the Akwa Ibomites. Emedio Obasidi Mofo. Daddy, I want to say what God told Abraham. He said, as far as your eyes can see, the stakeholders of Uran told me, I should tell you, as far as your eyes can see, we have land. We are blessed with land. We are blessed even with the sea. We have every seafood, every good seafood in Uran. Father, Daddy, we want you to take the Uran land, plant. In few years to come 2027, whatever you are going to plant today, you will reap through our votes. We promise you we will vote for you. Uran people will vote for you. Because Uran is PDP and PDP is Uran. Take the land from the left side, the right side, the front and the back. Plant tomorrow, take it and give Akwa Ibomite food. You give Akwa Ibomite free food. Continue to give us free food. Thank you. God bless you.
We thank you, the chairman who ran Local Government Area Transition Committee, making a pledge for agriculture, pledging the lands of Uran Local Government Area for farming, for agriculture, keying into His Excellency's agricultural development agenda. We thank you. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite to the microphone now for her speech the Honorable Commissioner in the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Please welcome Dr. Obiong Ofor as she makes her speech on this occasion, the lady who is working hard to ensure that His Excellency's agenda in agriculture is being fully fulfilled. You're welcome.
Your Excellency, the agri-friendly Governor, Pastor Mobaseno, the Deputy Governor here present, the Secretary to Government, the State Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, my colleagues, members of the House of Assembly, our royal fathers here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to adopt the already established protocol that Morgan did. All and public schools here present, you're all welcome to Uran Local Government Area. Great farmers, no farmer, no rice, no celebration. Thank you very much. I feel honored to address agricultural stakeholders at this year 2024 flag off of the second planting season, which is part of the state government's agricultural revolution program to encourage the involvement of the populace in farming for the overall goal of achieving food sufficiency amidst Nigeria's challenging economic and food crisis. In a very special way, let me appreciate my boss, His Excellency, the Executive Governor, the agri-friendly Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Mobaseno, for deeming it necessary for us to hold this event. This singular act explains that the acronym ARISE, which is the blueprint of this administration, is passionate about agriculture to ensure access to sufficient food in the state. So on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, I welcome you all to this very important event aimed at enhancing food sufficiency in Akwa Ibom for the teeming population. I am of the conviction that an occasion like this will further promote the participation of farmers and indeed the entire Akwa Ibom citizens to heed the passionate call of His Excellency on the need to return to the farm in order to increase food production in the states. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let me remind you that the Governor has backed up the call for people's involvement in agric in several ways. In the first planting season, over 40,000 cuttings of cassava, improved cassava cuttings, were distributed to public schools, cooperative groups, and local government councils. Over 20 tons of rice seeds were distributed. Over 60,000 seedlings of oil palm were distributed. Over 150,000 seedlings of cocoa were distributed. Training for young people in integrated farming methods. All these were done and several others in the first farming season. This quote from George Washington, which says that agriculture is the most helpful, most useful, and most noble employment of man, offers more insight into why His Excellency the Governor has made huge investments in agriculture and rural development. The ongoing construction and setting up of the Igbo model farm, linking up rural feeder roads with urban centers, supporting different categories of farmers, among others, are significant milestones that will better the lots of Akwa Ibomites in the near future. His Excellency has not stopped there. He has also, under the Acre Cares intervention, distributed livestock to over 900 beneficiaries, distributed chickens to over 700 beneficiaries. The fish farmers have not been left out. So in the light of the above quotes, the state government has rekindled the interest of public schools and students in agriculture. We can see that schools are represented here. We have schools from the different senatorial districts in Akwa Ibom State, all of them here to support the Arise agenda. This is all done to instill and revive the love of agriculture in our students. More so, farming groups and cooperative groups are not left out in this empowerment program. They are given technical support, and they have benefited from several government interventions. In addition, the governor has declared every first and third Friday of the month as farming days for civil servants to participate in agricultural activities. All these initiatives are bearing fruit, and everyone is actively engaged in farming to enhance food production. Because of what His Excellency is doing in agriculture, several international funders and donors have partnered with the state government to see that agriculture is moved to the next level. Funders such as World Bank, French Development Agency, United States Department for Agriculture, and more are partnering with the state government in various interventions to support agriculture in Akwa Ibom State. On today's occasion, the government has made provisions to give farmers seedlings. Again, we can see seedlings all over everywhere. Not only farmers, schools will also be given seedlings. Boarding schools also will be supported so that they can see how to grow the food that they eat in their dormitories. Ladies and gentlemen, if you also look around, you see we have fertilizers here. Because of what His Excellency is doing, the federal government has supported the state, working in collaboration with us to, this year, this second farming season, 12,000 bags of fertilizer will be shared to farmers across the different local government areas of the state. His Excellency the Governor said this, and I quote, "The war against hunger is truly mankind's war of liberation. This is a war that must be fought with vigor and won." End of quote. Your Excellency, you are fighting the war to end hunger with your interventions. His Excellency has also said, and I quote, "No matter how small your land is, sow something. We must return to the farm." End of quote. His Excellency is supporting ministries, departments, and agencies with several packages to see that we all return to the farm. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, I welcome you to this epoch-making event, and I wish you a happy time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the Honorable Commissioner in charge of the Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development, clearly explaining the intentions of His Excellency. And of course, when you hear her, you would hear His Excellency's plan to ensure food sufficiency in Akwa Ibom State through very thoughtful and strategic engagement, such as the one we are here to participate in today. Your Excellency, the Governor, when we come for events like this, you just know that a lot of people would have a lot of things to say. But today is for farmers, so we're going to restrict our goodwill messages to the farming community in Akwa Ibom State. So we just have about 3 of them, after which the House member speaking for Uran State constituency will just lend our voice since we're here in our constituency. So I want to please put on cue the State Deputy Chairman of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria is to speak here. The Chairman, Rice Farmers Association, will be the second. And on behalf of commercial farms in Akwa Ibom State, we'll have the MD of Baker Farms also speak. Well, let's begin with the Deputy State Chairman of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, Akwa Ibom State. Please, can we put our hands together and welcome Honorable Joseph Imam as we come for the first message of goodwill at this event. Just if you excuse me for 1 minute, let me please emphasize that the goodwill messages must be kept very short, within 2 inelastic minutes, please, so we can accommodate everyone. Thank you very much.
His Excellency, the Farmers Friendly Governor and the Deputy, the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Ekam Metoiwan, permit me to stand on the already established protocol. First and foremost, His Excellency, the farmers in Akwa Ibom State congratulate you for your successful celebration of Akwa Ibom at 37. His Excellency, we farmers in Akwa Ibom State are very grateful with you and your administration for prompt distribution of farm input to farmers, opening of farm roads in most of the local government in Akwa Ibom State, distributions of food items and food to vulnerable persons in Akwa Ibom State, approval of grant for youth and traders in Akwa Ibom State. His Excellency, we are very grateful today that you've made provision to provide farmers with tractors to prepare ground so that we can plant easily. His Excellency, we are very grateful for the provision you made on ground to provide farmers with ground equally. We say God bless you. His Excellency, farmers are very grateful today. His Excellency, today's flag off is first of its kind. Uto miba rapake Akwa Ibom State. His Excellency, input, I can finish back the whole state. Uto input them, uto flag off on back in Nigeria. That is why the farmers said we okay the first of this kind. Thank you, His Excellency, and God bless you. Great farmers, no farmers, no women, no men.
Deputy State Chairman of the All Farmers Association. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Your Excellency, the things you have done for that community are glaring, are evident. That is why their Deputy Chairman could speak glowingly on all of them. Your Excellency, the second message of goodwill will be from the Chairman of the Rice Farmers Association of Nigeria, Akwa Ibom State Chapter. Please, can we put our hands together and welcome Professor Etam Itwen for the second goodwill message at this event.
Your Excellency, Pastor Umo Basi Eno, and his entourage, the government officials, the agricultural stakeholders of Akwa Ibom State, all the invitees, standing on the existing protocols, I want to say this is an address by the Rice Farmers Association of Akwa Ibom State to our executive governor. One rice farmer, rice is an important food crop, very important staple crop in Akwa Ibom State and worldwide. Why it is very important is because rice is used to solve hunger problem. It is used because it has high yielding reaping, high yielding harvest. What I mean by high yielding is the tonnage per hectare. Rice in developed country, you can have up to 8 tons per hectare. But in our own economy, you can have about 4 tons per hectare. But with the better economic and agricultural practices, we can raise the production to 5 tons per hectare. That is what we are aiming at through the assistance of our able governor. And want to say again, rice, you can produce rice 2 times a year. So if you have, in some occasions, you can have 3 harvests in a year. So if you have 5 tons per hectare, 5 tons means 20 times 5, 50 kg bags. That is 100 kg bags per hectare. So 2 hectares or 1 hectare 2 times a year, you have 250 kg bags. I want to say, if you take a cup of rice, you want to cook, and 1 person will not finish. But a cup of gari, 1 person will finish and want more. So rice can feed more people than other foodstuffs. So I want to say, and more so, Akwa Ibom is so blessed. We have water resources. We have the Cross River, Long Bank, Eyon Creek, Ibionibom, and the rest, and other rivers. So you can plant rice throughout the year. So even apart from swamp rice where you plant near the water resources, you have upland rice where you plant in the upland. So government will make it available for us to have both swamp rice, good varieties, and then what? Upland rice. That means every local government in Akwa Ibom State will be planting rice. And if every local government in Akwa Ibom State will be planting rice, it means rice will be available. How do we go to Taraba, go to this, and look for rice and come? Our farmers, our traders, they have problems on the road. But if we have these foodstuffs here, farmers don't want to, they will not take the risk to travel that distance to look for food crops. I want to say, you look at Nigeria, the political setup, how things are. So we don't know, maybe they will use foodstuffs to trade or find income. Our people who go to other states, they will pay taxes and bring food to our state. Therefore, if this state will be self-sufficient in rice production, we will not go and pay taxes to other states. So there will be no, economic or financial drain. So our financial resources, we use that to establish in other sectors of the economy, in the industrial sector, and the fishing and other sectors. So we are very happy to have our governor. Is agriculture or farmer friendly. So he will support our project. He will support rice. And we said, no rice, no celebration, no Christmas, no marriage, no other thing. So our governor will support us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate the gentleman. Put your hands together for him. He's a professor, so you can understand why it sounded like a lecture at some point. Your Excellency, because agriculture is also a business venture, may I now invite the representative of Commercial Farmers Association, the MD of Vika Farms Limited, to please come up here and give his message of goodwill.
With due respect to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, the Deputy Governor here present, the Speaker, the political hegemony of Akwa Ibom State, as constituted in this other side of the realm. I stand here on behalf of the chairman, Vika Farms, Dr. Sikbo Sinubo, who has a bit of health challenge while we're sitting there, and asked me to stand in for him. Your Excellency, we have never seen this magnitude of agricultural mobilization in Akwa Ibom State. We really appreciate this. In fact, it has never been like this before. Go to the annals of farm exhibitions in Akwa Ibom State. You'll see that you are number one in this field, and this is the first time this is happening. You have given us palliatives when it came. You've distributed foods to respective local governments. 1 day for a local government, through the bulk purchasing, just to buffer the effects of our crops, to harvest our crops. So that because some of us are involved in crops that we'll harvest within 9 months interval, some 90 days, some 3 weeks, or some 3 years. What do we do? Do we wait for 9 months, 3 years, or 90 days before we start eating? That is where
the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Development also receiving. While that is on the welcome, please, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State,
of the Commissioner for Local Government,
some of our leaders.
Sorry, that is where I grew up and I survived. Awutebe 7. The Commissioner for Agriculture is very exceptional, a square peg in a square hole. She has assimilated the agricultural industry with the farmers. In fact, we commercial and large-scale farmers are having the forefront for the very first time in her regime. Hitherto, they had always thought we are so comfortable, and then we cannot do with few of these grants and government support. We are the most critical sector in this agricultural business. That is why when Dr. Ofo came to assimilate and integrate us, we say, let God bless her. Without you choosing her to maintain her as the Commissioner for Agriculture, this wouldn't have been possible. Your Excellency, we say that agriculture gives to a nation what a talented child gives to the family at the verge of poverty. If Akwa Ibom State and Nigeria is to escape the economic miasma, it is through agriculture. With us, we don't know anything about the dollars, whether it is 1,600 or 2,000 naira, we don't care. Our foods are here. We are not going to America or China to buy anything again. We would beg of you, we want the agricultural engineering department in the Ministry of Agriculture to be stepped up. We've seen what you've done in the health sector. We've seen what you've done in our primary schools. First among equals in the whole nation. And in fact, very comparable to any utility in the whole world. Please, let us have full mechanization of agriculture. Because when you are giving your daughter out in marriage to somebody, you don't expect her to go and continue farming. No. And we are with the last set of farmers in this planet, these women that you see here. We are almost the last generation. So they are going extinct. So without mechanization, we cannot meet up. And, Your Excellency, in mechanization, I think each local government should have about 10 tractors. Those riverine areas of Eastern Obolo, Oron Nation, Ibiono, we typify their needs. Give them fishing apparatus. Because When we get from the land, we equally balance from what we get at the sea. If you have really observed, Your Excellency, the economy of Akwa Ibom State is going down, down, down. Since we left the waters and came to sell petroleum in the land, came to do all sorts of economic vocation, the great wealth of Akwa Ibom State came from the seas. If you look at the ancient houses in those days in each of our villages, there were fishermen that built those things. Those things have degenerated. So we need to go back to the sea and get all these things done. Your Excellency, I propose 2 budgets for the Ministry of Agriculture. The first money to that ministry should be given around September, October to purchase seeds and inputs for the first planting season, which is about March, April. Then for the second one, around this September or March, April, she should be given the second money to prepare for the next planting season. It's a very peculiar industry. So such things have to, that is when we will have bumper harvest, Your Excellency. Bumper harvest, how do you take care of it, Your Excellency? So bumper harvest, how do you take care of it, Your Excellency? We have a silo here in Okobo Ibiono. When I was the Commissioner for Lands, there was a token, a little money the community wanted to allow us access to that silo. With that silo, we can store enough food for the south, south, southeast, and even up to Cameroon, here in Okobo Ibiono. That is where we'll take care of the excess food storage. So with that, I don't think we'll have a problem. Your Excellency, Your Excellency,
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, a lot more to be said, but we have exhausted our time for that item, goodwill messages. Your Excellency, having heard from all of them, and knowing as it were that there is still much more to say, but of course we'll hear on another day, we want to, at this point, please put on cue that at the end of His Excellency's address at this event, there will be symbolic presentation of farm inputs, both to ministries and departments and to public schools in Akwa Ibom State. It will be symbolic, just three each. So I'm going to read out the schools just so you are on cue and ready for when His Excellency will call you, because we wouldn't want to be in search of anyone when that time comes. So we're going to present to Principal General State College, Ikodekbene, that is to represent Ikodekbene Senatorial District, Mr. Sylvester Udom. Principal General, QIC Secondary Science School, Ndoneyo, that is of course to represent Eket Senatorial District. I would also present to Principal General of Cornelia Corneli College, Afaroku Uyo, to represent Uyo Senatorial District. And of course also for ministries and departments, the Honorable Commissioner for Lands, Captain Inyobo Ekong, would receive. Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs, Dr. Iniadiakban, will receive. And Honorable Commissioner for Economic Development, Mr. M.M. Almond Bob, would also receive. Please, this is just so that we are on standby. Your Excellency, having heard everything, and knowing how strategic and significant this event is for you, particularly within the prism of the Arise agenda, we want to very respectfully ask that we put our hands together, welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Umoino, to please that we celebrate him as he comes for his address at this event. We're celebrating him as the band plays things are getting better.
Things are getting better.
Celebrating His Excellency.
Things are getting better. Things are getting
the food sufficiency conscious governor of Akwa Ibom State.
Things are getting better.
Thank you, the band. Thank you, the band. Your Excellency, welcome.
Akwa Ibom is song. Oje, Bapuran. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, the Chairman, what is happening now? The Chairman of our party, the PDP, very ably represented by the wife, members of the National Assembly that are here with us, honorable members of the Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, the Secretary to Government, Head of the Civil Service, honorable commissioners, especially the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development and your dear spouse, honorary special advisors, senior special assistants that have joined us, wife of the former governor of our state, service commanders that are here, captains of industries, and chief executive officers of private and organized sectors, chairmen of boards and commissions, permanent secretaries, heads of extra-ministerial departments, the director, Federal Ministry of Agric, our revered royal fathers, our farmer-friendly royal fathers that have joined us here, particularly the paramount ruler of Ona, who had to travel all the way. I want to believe that it's only the paramount ruler of Ona that supports farming in this state. And so we celebrate you, sir. And I know you have a big farm. Government is coming to give you a big hand. And because you have come all the way to show your love for farming, I am directing right now that the Honorary Commissioner for Agric will support that farm with 10 million naira. And this should happen in the next 1 week so that you can continue to grow your farm. There are other things she will work with you. I remember visiting your farm in the past. I want to work with you to revive that farm and make sure it's productive. And thank you for taking time to travel all the way. I don't take this for granted. Chairman and Vice Chairman of local government transition committees and our candidates in the forthcoming local government election, where I'm sure that by the grace of God and the work we are doing, we will win all of our local governments as we go to the local government. The chairman and members of all farmers association, the principals of schools, teachers, students of various institutions that are here, chairmen and members of various agricultural groups that are here, all our men, all our women, all our youth, the host community, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank you for coming out en masse. This event represents a critical moment in our drive to ensure food security for our people. And that's why I have decided to come personally to flag off the second planting season in this very serene and productive local government of Uruan. And I'd like to thank the Transition Committee Chairman for the speech you made, giving us access to make use of your God-given land, greenish everywhere and greenish all year round, both for the land and the sea. We look forward to working and partnering with you. I've always said that free food palliatives we have been providing is just an intervention. The lasting solution to hunger in our land remains our return to the farm to grow our staple food. Our state is blessed with nice vegetation all year round, and we do not have so much of insecurity problems. So it is by the grace of God that we can all get back to the farm and ensure that we at least grow the seed, the food that we can eat. Let me commend the Ministry of Agriculture, especially the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Dr. Mrs. Ofor, for her passion in carrying out our vision on agricultural revolution through the provision of farm inputs, seedlings and fertilizers and other tools that will ensure bountiful harvest the next season. She works all round the clock with the farmers, and you have given her a name now, Mainwan. So let me particularly acknowledge the Federal Ministry of Agriculture for partnering with us to ensure that we work in sync to bring seedlings, fertilizers, and other inputs to our farmers. I would like to thank you for this relationship that we are having as a people. Therefore, I urge us all to use this second planting season to return to the farm and collectively produce what we will consume, thus helping to eventually bring down the high cost of our staple food. I pray and wish and trust that our incoming local government chairman will key into this program to continue to provide food for our people. Very soon, we will set up the Food Safety and Security Committee so as to work hand in hand with the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that we reach all our farmers in the rural communities and we're able to aggregate them and work with them to ensure massive food production in our state. The leader of the commercial farmers was talking about mechanization. We are already on it, sir, and we'll ensure that not too distant days from now, we are going to have all of the tractors, all of the harvesters, and work is at an advanced stage, and we'll soon launch that. And we know that we are determined to take farming to another level, where our young people will see farming as business and not just subsistence farming. Right now we are training lots of them in Cotonou. We are planning to train some more, and we are building the Igbo model farm, integrated model farm is ongoing, and we expect that it will just not be a farming center, but a training center, a tourist center that we'll use to train also our young people. We have sponsored some of them currently are in the Dakota Skill Acquisition Center, and lots of them are there. They are being trained on agribusiness. So we're working hard to make our people begin to see farming as business. We'll continue to support them. Of course, right now, as you are aware, the Ministry of Agriculture and with the committee we're about to set up will compile a list of farmers that will be entitled to grants from the state government to boost what they're already doing. No more are we going to give grants to portfolio farmers. We will locate your farm, we'll see what you are doing, and we'll be able to assess it and know that we are sending resources to the right places. So we are working very hard with the farmers. Today, as we stand, we have for distribution 12,000 bags of fertilizers that will go to all of the local governments. We have 10,000 cassava cuttings, improved seedling that we got from the IITA. We have 20,000 oil palm seedlings that we got from the company in Benin. We also have 5,000 trays of pepper seedlings. There are other things, and so people will patiently wait. I love the fact that we have brought in our students into agriculture. When we were in school, we used to have school farms, and it helped us, particularly for those of you in the boarding houses. It is from the full school farms that we harvested things for boarding and dining. And we believe we should go back and also begin at an early stage to let our children fall in love with agriculture. It doesn't matter what status you are, whether you are an engineer, you are a lawyer, you are a doctor, whatever you are, so long as you can eat, there's a need to have at least a farm garden in your house. Above all, we have declared the second, first, and third Fridays of every month farm days, so as to free the civil servants to go to the farm. We can make this a hobby. We can just own a farm. I have a farm. Most of the food that we eat in government house is from my farm in the village. And those of you who have come to my village know that there is a farm there. So all of us should, you just go into your farm and you have a good time there. Go around, is exercise in itself. So please, no matter how small, have a farm garden. Have a farm garden. And we will all contribute to bringing down the prices of food. So it is on this note that I stand here today and to flag off the second planting season in our state as we distribute these seedlings, as we distribute the fertilizers, and please, the extension service workers will be on hand to show you and to train you on how to apply these fertilizers and planting the seedlings. I pray that the God of heaven, who created heaven and earth, will make this year, as we go to plant, will make us have bumper harvest, that we can not only feed ourselves, but be able to contribute to feeding the nation in the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Hold on the brass band, please. Hold on the brass band, please. His Excellency is now going to present improved seedlings to representatives of various groups. We want to begin by presenting to principals of public schools, the Principal General of State College, Ikot-Ekpene, Mr. Sylvester Udom, to receive We also present to the Principal General KYC Senior Science Secondary School in Doneyo, Mr. Edem Sampson. We also present now to the Principal General Cornelia Corneli College Afarokuyo. For ministries, departments, and parastatals of government, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Lands, Captain Inyobong Ekong would receive. This is to show that this farm business is for everybody in Akwa Ibom State. The leadership there also showing exemplary leadership so that others can follow. Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Women Affairs, Dr. Ine Adiakpan to also receive. All the women working with her are supposed to join her in the cultivation of this food sufficiency in Akwa Ibom State. The Honorable Commissioner for Economic Development also receiving. While that is ongoing, I welcome, please, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State and some of our leaders, please, to approach so that they can join His Excellency to go to officially flag off the second planting season. Your Excellency, the Governor, to now proceed for the commemorative flag off of the second planting season, accompanied by the Deputy Governor, our distinguished senators, Secretary to the State Government, Head of the Service, House of Assembly members, and all our leaders. There shall be fruitfulness in the land of Akwa Ibom State. Food sufficiency is a priority in their RISE agenda, and we want to continue to appreciate His Excellency for all that he has done, for all that he is doing, and for all that he will continue to do to ensure that the pangs of hunger in Akwa Ibom State is drastically reduced. Please, we continue to celebrate all our leaders as they approach that platform for the commemorative flag off of this second planting season for the year 2024.
That is why I say, go to farm.
The band, hold it.
Businessman, he owns a farm, and he uses this opportunity to commend schools and organizations that have already keyed into the success story recorded so far. According to him and the ministry, the partnership is to ensure that everybody in Akwa Ibom State can at least afford 2 good meals a day.
24 hours a day. NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere.
September 2024. The first and second batches of the Akwa Ibom United Kingdom Education Trip Delegation returned from an unprecedented expedition, the first of its kind in the history of Akwa Ibom State. The Ibom 39 new merchants of light, overjoyed and unable to contain their gratitude, broke into euphoric cheers. "Thank you, Your Excellency, Pastor Moino," when they landed the arrivals of Victor Atta International Airport. They were received by their ecstatic parents, who also chanted songs of appreciation for the governor's magnanimous largesse.
Be the glory.
I'm Favor Sunday Udo. I'm from Sutubim local government area. I'm one of the students who went to United Kingdom for an edu trip. I want to say thank you to the governor of Akwa Ibom State for giving us this opportunity, for letting us to go and see a world outside of Nigeria and Akwa Ibom State.
I wish to thank His Excellency, our Governor, Pastor Mo Obasiano, for this opportunity he has given to the less privileged from the rural areas. Because going through the how the students were selected, if it was to be selected randomly, I don't think I would have been a beneficiary of this program.
This trip has left an unforgettable mark in my heart, and I'm very, very grateful to the Akwa Ibom State government, and most especially Governor Mo Obasiano.
The all-expense-paid educational trip to the United Kingdom began with a rigorous merit-based selection process that spanned over a year.
So this idea happened in October 2023, when His Excellency, as part of the sideline activities of his visit to London, he attended the London Political Summit coordinated by Keta and Major, and he paid a visit to the mayor of Southwark. And the mayor of Southwark, while speaking, made a lot of propositions. We could do this, we could do that. His Excellency picked that of education and said he wants to follow through with that. And I was there, so he tasked me with following through with that. And less than no time, he had sent a letter to the mayor following up on the discussions they had. So when you go through that and you see that we started in October 2023 and is ending in September 2024, you know that a lot has gone into it. A lot of time investment, mind investment, thought investment.
We had to take students from rural schools, the remotest rural schools, and we had to select 3 from each local government area. And to make the process very transparent, we didn't even allow some key officials of the Ministry of Education to know what is happening. It was between myself, the president of ANCOBS, and the commissioner in Imamabon. We sat down and looked at a way we can make it very transparent. That's when it came to us that we should use the broadsheets. Let's say you are taking a broadsheet for last session. You will now see who took the first position, the second and the third positions. So what we did from those 3 rural schools, we took 3, the first 3, from 3 schools representing each local government area. And they came to do the selection test. At the test, we did the Ministry of Information, they're always working with us, so we interviewed some children. Some had never been to Uyo before. Some had never left their villages. So that was another experience. And the test was done amongst you can call them the brightest of the brightest, because we took the first 3 from all those schools, and we had about 279 students that took the examination. And The selection was done, all of them, merit-based tests that brought them here, that got us the 39 that we took to the UK.
For both the students and their parents, this historic trip was nothing short of miraculous, echoing the sentiment of Psalm 126. It seemed like a dream, too good to be true, when God returned Zion's exiles. We laughed, we sang, we couldn't believe our good fortune.
Moses ke for yari igena ke churu ke ya be na go e ka bi makara aguru wita ke fong ku fong wera radia aru so kam fana basi Moses e ke buyi e no de nung song tie ki churu so edin ko de bontum ke wi isat ntogo yin sibi ki churu mo ke wo ke yem ntogo yin ta ke isku sibi ke ni ka odo mo e ke ri no ibolo e wo ke basu pe me awin I mean, man again, the sit, never seems to me, and you won't them mean, who don't want them. Angel me a ties little. I mean, you could look on to me, who don't want to get that tongue get him. I mean, you could say, in me on Idara. Moba says, all your way, no. I enter a good want them. Who don't want them in your game, if I get no, it won't to me, no bike, this, no, who for, no menu, who don't want them in big war. But about semi, I didn't tell you mean. When I got
the news, I was overwhelmed with joy. During that, our principal called me out and showed me to the students and said that the exam we went for, and I'm the one that came out first.
I was told that I am one of the winners. I was so happy. I couldn't wait to hear my name being mentioned as the winner.
And man came the message. Now Victor was in one of Victor you learned successfully. And Nkomo by Sepan, no governor. And Yanama Panikomo. In Namabianga, and what Paniko married and what they married.
When I was told that I was among those children that passed the examination, I was so excited.
I've never experienced anything plain before or any aircraft. And 2 times, my son has just returned from Abuja. I've never experienced where Abuja is.
I was so excited when I heard the news.
After finalizing travel documentation and visa processes, and a pre-trip camping session was held, the students were briefed on code of conduct, communication skills, and etiquette, priming them for the journey ahead.
So one of the things we learn when we start out is how to do basic introductions. So let's say that I come into this space, or maybe you're walking up and I'm walking towards you and you want to greet me. What will you do?
The delegation, divided into 2 batches, consisted of 39 secondary school students, minders, professionals and state officials departed for the United Kingdom in late August and early September 2024. Before departure, Governor Omoino hosted the delegation to a lunch at Hilltop Mansion on August 26. He prayed for them and urged them to seize this life-changing opportunity by learning as much as possible.
For all of you here today, we just called you so that we can ask our fathers to pray for you. This is just a meeting for prayer, to release you into the wonderful, protective arms of God, so that He will take you peacefully and bring you peacefully back. God sees my heart. God sees our hearts. That none of you will be sick. Amen. And will not lose any of you. Amen. That's my greatest desire. But let this challenge you, that you have limitless opportunity. You are by no means inferior to anybody who went to any school anywhere in the world. Let's register in your mind. Let it register in your mind that you can make it. You will make it. You should make it.
Upon arrival in London, the students embarked on a well-curated educational journey, offering immersive and experiential learning, beginning from the Nigerian High Commission, London. From London to Oxford, Cambridge to Coventry, it was a wild wind of discovery.
Since I was young, I've been hearing of Oxford University, but this is the first time I've had the opportunity to be here. I'm very happy. I've seen things that I've heard of, both in books and in news. Things I've never seen before. I've experienced it, I've felt it, I've touched it, and I've been there. So now, if I am supposed to give a talk or a debate on this, I'll be able to say, because what is said, what you see, is better than what you hear.
I grew up to hear my father mention Oxford University when it comes to academic excellence. I never imagined that I would one day walk along the pathways of this prestigious institution, and that we would one day return back here, and that time not as visitors but as qualified and admitted students of this great university.
The program featured tester sessions at various universities, introducing the student to life and learning in higher education. At Imperial College, a global leader in science, technology, engineering, medicine, and business, the science-inclined students had hands-on lessons on the basics of aeronautics, while those interested in arts and other fields experienced similar tester sessions at Coventry University, renowned for its peace-building and business-related degree programs. The students also explored iconic landmarks like the National Maritime Museum, Greenwich Meridian Observatory, the Science Museum, the Museum of Natural History, Buckingham Palace, and Trafalgar Square.
Visiting these places taught me a lot. It taught me how to be confident, it taught me how to carry myself with charisma.
I also had the opportunity to travel through rail transportation, which has never happened in my life. That was the first time of me entering a train. I thank His Excellency very much, because if I wasn't in this trip, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter the train.
We met Dr. Andy Chiplin, a plane expert, who helped us construct a paper plane. And that knowledge I would love to share with others to see how to help them. We visited Coventry University, as well as Oxford. We took tours around their laboratories, libraries, and we've seen things that we've learned and would love to share back home and implement it while we grow older. Well, there's this saying I heard in the UK, with determination and hard work, the world can be your oyster. Many of us back here will never know what an oyster card is. An oyster card is a card used in the UK for transportation. So, if possible, I would love to implement that along with my team, those who were with me on this trip, to see how we can improve Nigeria's transportation system. Because in the UK, it has one of the best transport systems in the world. From trains to buses to airplanes to taxi cabs, they have it all. So if I could implement that here in Akwa Ibom State, it would be very beautiful.
And for me, those places inspired me. Those places made me to have a rethink. Those places actually made me to go back to the drawing board. And as a teacher, I want to improve here, as I've come back, in the teaching system, where my learners will be impacted effectively. And I know it will happen.
Learning takes place when there is change in behavior. The behavior, everything about these students, the orientation from what they have seen will change completely, because they have learned a lot from the trip, like the universities they have visited, the automation system, the transport system. So these children from now on will be thinking how to fit into what they have seen.
The groundbreaking education trip is a significant milestone in Governor Umoino's rural development and educational advancement agenda. It has garnered praise from scholars, political leaders, and the public, both within and beyond Akwa Ibom State.
The visit of Akwa Ibom State students into our institution is a great opportunity that I believe the governor has given to these children, for them to experience firsthand what academics is in the UK and how academic institutions are. I really appreciate this policy of the government.
Things like this don't happen by accident. Things like this happen because people have the determination, the perseverance to make it happen. And I have so much respect for His Excellency Governor Umo Eno, because this would have not happened without him relentlessly working with the Commissioner, working with everyone to make it happen itself. It's leadership that made this program happen. It's because a leader in Akwa Ibom State decided that he wanted to make this happen. And that is the power of leadership. And so that when you go back, you're thinking about how to become leaders in your own environment. Whatever you do, however hard work you do, whatever opportunity you take, if you don't become the leaders itself, if you don't make the change that you want to see within your community, the opportunities won't be there for your future generations. The opportunities won't be there. So I hope you take that with you.
And when I spoke to your governor's friend, if Nigeria is successful, we are all Africa successful. We need role models, and we wanted Akwa Ibom mainly to have that amazing relationship, so that many other African countries will know the benefit of having kind of like a partnership or friendship with some boroughs like Sadak. Immediately I became the mayor, the first team to walk through that door was the team from Akwa Ibom.
To wrap the education trip, the delegation was honored with a send-off party organized by the Akwa Ibom community in the United Kingdom, led by Friday Akpan, the senior special assistant to the governor on diaspora Europe.
This is the first time I've witnessed a thing like this in Akwa Ibom State. These children were picked from certain backgrounds that I wouldn't want to really go into details with. Ordinarily, we would have seen children of commissioners, chairmen of boards, but no. For government to have set up such initiative, it goes a long way to say that we have a very caring governor.
This event celebrated Governor Moino's visionary approach to transforming the educational landscape of Akwa Ibom youth. The pioneering initiative of giving rural students international exposure is a major moral booster for public schools in Akwa Ibom. It represents a new horizon in educational advancement, thus laying the foundation for the future leaders of the state.
They had absolute fun. They had a great time, and this event was well planned out, and I must commend the Akwa Ibom State government for putting in this much resources into this project. Their visits to the Imperial College, Coventry, Cambridge was really instructive, because it's actually pointed to the fact that there are endless possibilities. They had an opportunity of interacting with the faculty, and they saw that if these people could do it, then they too can actually achieve it.
It was a nice experience to me. It was super exciting going to London, having friends, starting a new life, and seeing people I've never seen before.
I've always wanted to do the computer lab, and today on my day in Coventry University, I had the chance to view some labs and some equipment. Coventry University is probably a nice place to study, and I'll make sure I work hard to be in a place like this.
In fact, I liked the most is the National Gallery. They were telling us about the history of olden days, and I would like to come back here, and I would like to study very hard in school to come back here.
And my experience in London has also made me to put more effort in my learning, and the places we visited in London has also opened my eye, in the sense that, like, my first time entering a ferry, and we went to the Cambridge University, the Imperial College. I learned a lot.
And I work harder in my school. When I get back home, I also relate what I have learned, what I have known, and my experiences in London with my colleagues, my friends, and my family members. I really want to thank the governor, His Excellency Pastor Mabasino, for giving us an opportunity like this.
All those experiences were not just fun, it really had an impact in me.
The most important part of it all was that I went to Imperial College, and it really gave me an enlightenment about my career, and it really encouraged me and motivated me to study art. I'm very happy that I'm here, and I'm very happy for the governor for making this trip possible. Governor Umo Basino, pray may God bless him.
And I promise myself that when I go home, I will study harder. I will be more studious so that I will also be able to transform my country to look like this country.
One of the best experiences I had was the visit to the Cambridge University, where I saw the time eater. The thing taught me that time waits for no one, so you must not waste your time on wasteless things, on ungainful things. So you invest your time on things that matters.
And it's been an eye-opener too for us, the minders, because in these children whom we've had the opportunity to mind, we're seeing sprout in them the passion, the interest, the motivation to study harder, to become more than they are at the moment. And they've been exposed to the truth that they can all live their truths, that they can grow up to become whoever and whatever they wish to be.
They have become ambassadors to Akwa Ibom State. They have come back with a different perspective. The governor of this state is justified for investing on these children to go out and see what is happening in other places and go and prepare themselves to perform. Having come back from this education trip, I am telling you, you see that they are going to compete to get to the peak of their academic performance.
On behalf of the education stakeholders, the students, the parents and the teachers, all the educationists, I said thank you. The experience, as I always call it, I won't change. I call it life-changing, a lifetime experience. It's a very rewarding experience, the whole trip. The visitation to schools, they had to, it was intentional to choose students of SS2, the senior secondary education class 2. Those are the ones that are, we knew that when they come back, they'll be preparing to take their exit examination, which is WASC and NECO. So at that point, we wanted them, to go and have an experience that can inspire you to do better. I've spoken to some of them. They are really, really inspired to do better. So again, thank you, His Excellency, the Governor, for this initiative.
When we look at the children today, I'm happy. Even their intonation, even their confidence. I saw when they were stepping onto the plane to leave with you, a lot of self-doubt, a lot of uncertainty. But now I see how they stepped down from that. They came with gusto,
With the first ever Edu trip now a reality, the short and long-term impacts on Akwa Ibom State can only be imagined. The future is bright, and the seeds of transformation have been planted.
Hello and welcome to the abridged version of Nationwide News on the network service of the NTA. And of course, this is due to live program, flag off of second season farming and distribution of inputs in Akwa Ibom. I am Nolin Ebel Ame. Let's begin the broadcast in New York, where President Bola Tinubu has called on world leaders to deepen relations among member states of the United Nations in line with the principles of inclusivity, equality and cooperation. Represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, the President made the call while addressing world leaders during the general debate of the ongoing 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly at the UN headquarters in New York, United States. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports.
This is the climax of the annual global event, countries giving their national statements, and it's the turn of Nigeria. Vice President Kashim Shettima standing in for President Bola Tinubu with a well-scripted national statement and a rich content focusing on contemporary global challenges and practical recommendations. First, Nigeria reminded the world leaders that the United Nations stands for inclusiveness anchored on the tripod of peace, sustainable development, and human rights.
Addressing the root causes of conflict is often the first step towards providing long-term solutions. Clearly, some of the root causes of conflict are social in nature, including poverty, hunger, ignorance, inequality, and exclusion, as well as other forms of injustice.
Expressing worry about the main objectives of the United Nations and how it could sustain the global body's relevance and resilience, lamenting the return of unconstitutional changes of government in some African countries.
Conflict resolution is the main reason why the UN exists, but the task of prevention becomes all the more difficult when conflict becomes normalized, when even the condemnation of violence and civilian casualties and calls for a ceasefire are somehow regarded as controversial. As we emphasize at the Abuja high-level ministerial meeting, we must renew our focus on conflict prevention.
Calling for reforms in the international financial architecture and a transparent multilateral trading system, hoping the adoption of the Pact for the Future will change the narrative, asking the UN to prioritize debt forgiveness for Nigeria and other developing countries from creditors and multilateral financial institutions.
Climate change is a driver of insecurity, which also poses a veritable challenge to sustainable development. A few weeks ago, large areas of my country were inundated by seasonal flood waters, including one of our largest cities, Maiduguri in the northeast. Other parts of Nigeria also experienced similar tragedies, occasioning the loss of lives and property. We need not remind ourselves to remain faithful to the implementation of the commitments that we all gave voluntarily at the various COP meetings. Failure to do so is merely to postpone the inevitable. No country is immune from the effects of climate change.
Other world leaders at the session made statements aimed at addressing global concerns.
I stand before you in these whirlwinds, convinced of two overriding truths. First, the state of our world is unsustainable. We can't go on like this. And second, the challenges we face are solvable. But that requires us to make sure the mechanisms of international problem solving actually solve problems.
It is time to invest more in building trust and practicing dialogue. Constant dialogue is a powerful weapon for all governments have in their hands.
But today, the United States and Vietnam are partners and friends. And it's proof that even from the horrors of war, there's a way forward. Things can get better.
Nigeria's statement insisted on bold reforms in the United Nations Security Council with a view to giving Nigeria and other African countries permanent seats at the council. From New York, Abdurrahman Jibrila, NTA News.
In a related development, Nigeria has solicited the support of Finland in its pursuit of a permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports that Vice President Kashim Shettima, at a meeting with the President of the Republic of Finland, Alexander Stubb, on the sidelines of the ongoing 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly in New York, said the support has become necessary given Finland's role as an European and NATO member and considering the role Nigeria has played over the years in entrenching democratic values and peaceful cohesion. Nigeria has already indicated interest in the UN Security Council seat following calls for reforms and expansion of the Council by some UN member countries. President Stubb of Finland expressed total support for the expansion and reconstruction of the UN Security Council, saying the dynamics of the modern world demand such change. In a related development at the meeting between Vice President Shettima and the African Union Chairperson Moussa Faki Mohammed, the Vice President stressed the need for consolidation of democracy as well as peaceful collaborations. The Vice President indicated Nigeria's interest in hosting the African Central Bank, maintaining that Africa has come of age to host one. The AU chairperson thanked Nigeria for its role in stabilizing Africa, adding that the AU will continue to ensure that African stability and peace remain a priority. In the meantime, Senate has confirmed Justice Kudirat Kekereekun as the Chief Justice of Nigeria. This followed the screening of the CJN by the legislators, during which she fielded questions on key issues such as independence of the judiciary, integrity, efficiency and appointments, with an assurance to Nigerians that technology will be deployed in the various processes of the courts to enhance delivery of justice. President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, says the confirmation is as requested by President Bola Tinubu and expresses the hope that Justice Kekereekun will use her experience to bring justice to all. Justice Kekereekun is the 23rd Chief Justice of Nigeria. The security and well-being of Nigerians are top priorities for the second session of the House of Representatives. Speaker Tajuddin Abbas stated this in a resumption speech to lawmakers after the annual parliamentary recess. While commending President Tinubu for signing the counter-terrorism bill into law, Speaker Abbas was emphatic that the legislature will work in synergy with the executive to overcome internal security challenges.
Laws that will positively impact the lives of all Nigerians. The House will prioritize several key bills to address critical national issues across security, governance, and environmental protection. The Armed Forces Act Amendment Bill and the Police Act Amendment Bill focus on strengthening Nigeria's security apparatus by enhancing the operational efficiency of the military and reforming the police to improve internal security. The House of Representatives will hold a high-level legislative security summit in the final quarter of this year. This summit will address Nigeria's urgent security challenges by bringing together key stakeholders.
National Assembly correspondent Mitare Ikpeng reports that the House also passed resolutions seeking specific federal government interventions in Borno and other states affected by flood.
The devastation of the University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital, the people of Borno State, and I dare say neighboring states and neighboring countries are at high risk of disease outbreak resulting from the flooding.
Urge the Federal Ministry of Works, Northeast Development Commission,
National Emergency Management Agency and Ecological Fund Office to immediately allocate resources for the implementation of flood and mitigation measures in Shira, Giyade, Gamawa, Zaki, Itas Gadau, Jama'ari, and Katagum federal constituencies in Bauchi State.
In other news, Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu wants stakeholders across the globe to develop innovative approaches to fight both tuberculosis and antimicrobial resistance (AMR) in a strategic and integrated manner that targets prevention of new infections. She was speaking in New York at an event organized by a Stop TB partnership on the emergence of the 79th United Nations General Assembly. State House correspondent Adeni Tayo reports.
As the global and national Stop TB champion, Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu is expected to lend a voice and resources to the campaign in order to stop the spread of tuberculosis around the world. She is here on that duty as the Stop TB partnership rallies stakeholders in New York in a renewed bid to break the resistance of the scourge. Her keynote address acknowledges that tuberculosis, with its drug-resistant nature, is a tough nut, which she ever believes is not beyond the will and resources of the world to crack.
We have the tools, the knowledge, and the expertise to end TB and AMR by 2030. Addressing TB and AMR together is not just the smart way, it is the best and only way. Our methods must include improving awareness, education on the dangers of drug-resistant TB, and promoting the appropriate use of antibiotics. We must also prioritize research in order to develop new tools, treatments, and new vaccines that can outpace the evolving threat of AMR.
In Nigeria, where the intervention of a pet project, Renewed Hope Initiative, has led to the procurement of 25 TB molecular diagnostic machines and reagents that can conduct over 15,000 tests, the race to change the tuberculosis narrative ahead of 2030 is on.
I'm also informed that this support has motivated the manufacturers and global distributors, together with their partners in Nigeria, to donate an additional 50 TB lamps to aid the country in the fight against tuberculosis. In addition, First Ladies of various states in Nigeria, who double as Stop TB champions, and I will be embarking on a nationwide TB advocacy to accelerate improved diagnosis and prompt treatment.
To fully move the needle on tuberculosis and AMR, the Executive Director, Stop TB Partnership, Lucica Ditiu, harped on the need for strong collaboration, noting that the battle cannot be won in isolation.
What is clear from the submission of Nigeria's First Lady and that of other speakers is that a multi-sectorial approach involving a lot of research and advocacy is required to achieve the objective of ending tuberculosis by 2030. And indeed, that is what Nigerians and the rest of the world are expecting in order to achieve a future where tuberculosis is no longer a threat. From New York, Adeni Tayo, NTA News.
Thank you very much, Adeni. And back here in Nigeria, Nigeria and the Republic of Cuba are scaling up existing partnerships for better healthcare, security and economic development in Nigeria. This was cemented at a meeting between a Nigerian in-country delegation and representatives of the Embassy of the Republic of Cuba, led by the Ambassador Miriam Morales Palmero in Abuja. Ogochukwu Kaona reports.
On record that Cuba has established a medical presence across various regions of the world, especially in areas with healthcare deficiencies, disseminating some of its own advances and deployment of technologies. This interface also touched on other areas of collaboration, which include biotechnology, information, human capital development, economic and commercial growth.
We have the same cultural issue,
Their food is the same your food because it's the legacy of Africa in Cuba. But for now, it's very important to continue strengthening the relation.
Nigeria's delegation describes the meeting as fruitful.
All those things that are required in the health sector, vaccines, pharmaceuticals, and other related products and equipment that are needed in health, we want to industrialize and begin to manufacture them and make them readily available in Nigeria. You can't find a better partner to do that.
In Cuba, the doctor comes to see you, not you going to see the doctor. Adopting that kind of, system. When we talk about the global health care system and then health for all, universal basic health care, this is a way to do it, practically.
The two countries are expected to hold series of meetings with Nigerian businessmen and government officials to create more rooms for trade, agriculture, and economic ties, as Cuba is set to hold its 40th International Fair of Havana, November this year. In Abuja, Ogochkuka Ona, NTA News.
And elsewhere, U.S. mission in Nigeria has commended the people of Edo State for what it terms the widely peaceful conduct of gubernatorial elections on September 21. Richard Mills Jr., U.S. ambassador to Nigeria, in a statement reiterates calls for calm following the announcement of results. The U.S. envoy, however, expressed confidence in Governor Obaseki towards promoting peace and urged all stakeholders, including INEC, to support established electoral processes and respect legal procedures to challenge results. The United States reaffirmed its commitment to supporting free, fair, transparent and credible elections in Nigeria and will continue to monitor the situation closely. Now, with the construction work at the 17-year-old abandoned International Conference Center, ICC, in Enugu State, nearing 90% completion, the state is on the brink of reclaiming its past glory. This progress not only signifies a revival of infrastructure, but also holds the promise of new job opportunities for Enugu residents. Comfort Ayim, who has been monitoring the renovation work, reports that Governor Mba-led administration is determined to deliver the project and put it to use by next month.
Just like a relay race, all the necessary materials needed for the completion of the International Conference Center, ICC, is on ground, while pressure is on the contractor to deliver the project, hopefully by end of next month.
You can see the speed at which the project is moving. Electrical pipe works done completely. The cladding of the hall, the designs of the wall in the auditorium is done already.
The message is very clear. The picture from the fencing speaks volumes about the level of work done so far on the 8-month capital project, said to be a top priority to the state government. The project manager says the change in design delayed the landscaping.
It's a place like no other in the East. We call it the jewel of the East. But beyond the East is going to be the jewel of Nigeria.
Situated in the heart of the city, in the midst of the Three Arms Zone, the 3,000 capacity auditorium with 1,500-seater secondary infrastructure, recreation areas and more, when completed, will not only make Enugu an international city and a melting pot for all, but also create job opportunities and boost the economy of the state. In Enugu, Comfort Ayim, NTA News.
Still staying with Comfort Ayim in Enugu, she is standing by at the International Conference Center to give us an update on the progress of work. Comfort, this must be very heartwarming to the people, especially with the job opportunities inside. So tell us the feeling from the information you have gathered.
All right, good afternoon, studios, and welcome to Enugu. Renovation of the International Conference Center, ICC, after 17 years of abandonment, is quite a transformation and a breakthrough, especially with its strategic location at the heart of the city, in the midst of the Three Arms Zone. The message is very clear. The renovation work is in completion stage, as against what we saw on April 9, precisely when we had the first live coverage here on Nationwide on commencement of work. Though this project began earlier this year in January, and just like a relay race, all the necessary materials needed for the completion is on ground, expected to be completed hopefully next month. And with me is the project manager. Let's get to meet him to shed more light on the journey so far with the renovation work and what we expect to see in the coming days. Good afternoon, Moses. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, please tell us the journey so far with the renovation work and what we expect to see in the coming days, and also talk to us about the challenges, if there's any.
Okay, right now we've done 90% of the work. The shopping malls are practically complete. It's just to clean up and lock them up. Now the auditorium, which you have right behind me, is where we have one or two things left to do. As you can hear at the background, you're hearing the sound there. People are working day and night to achieve and meet up with the timelines that have been given to us by His Excellency. And I'll use this opportunity to thank the Executive Governor of Enugu State, in the person of Dr. Peter Umba, for his immense support. We wouldn't have gone this far within this period, this few months, achieved this much, if not for his immense support concerning this project. This project is at the center of his heart, and he has been on it, and we are on it, working with him.
Completion, what do we expect to see in the coming days?
On completion, in the coming days, in a few weeks from now, we'll have this place ready. We'll achieve practical completion. You can see around us here, the stone base is being laid in preparation for asphalting, you know, and well, I think that's basically it that we have left here.
All right, Chris Moses, the project manager there. All right, with that assurance, I hope and believe that residents of Enugu and, of course, the entire Southeast Zone will be waiting to welcome and witness the inauguration ceremony upon completion. Until then, it's back to the studios.
Thank you very much, Comfort's commendable effort there. All right, for more news on Nationwide, let's join our presenter, Adiola Komiakere, in our Lagos studio. Hello, Adiola.
Thank you very much, Nolene. Welcome to Lagos. With the alarming rate in the use of synthetic drugs and other illicit substances in the country, stakeholders are calling for a complete analysis of attitude and practices fueling the menace. Bolaji Akim in this report takes a look at embracing a holistic approach to taming the use of drugs among the populace.
Synthetic drugs refer to substances that are artificially modified from naturally occurring drugs and are capable of exhibiting psychoactive effects. The uncertainty in the toxic effect of these substances puts the public health at risk. According to a report by the Global Initiative on Substance Abuse, there has been a steady expansion of synthetic drugs in Nigeria in the past 14 years, especially within the age limit of 16 to 30 years, who mostly abuse the use of tramadol, Colorado, and other substances. The report also shows that Nigeria in 2013 moved from one of the countries that has not officially reported an emergence of synthetic drugs to the largest annual seizure of tramadol in 2017 to 2018. Worried by this alarming situation, concerted efforts should be put in place to change the ugly narrative.
Why it is more worrisome, I would say, is because they contain chemical compounds that are more injurious compared to the conventional drugs, and of course could lead to a passing out, coma, and eventually death.
NDLEA on its part assured that the war against the use of synthetic and other illicit drugs will be intensified until the monster is completely tamed.
We have to ensure that it's not found on our streets.
we'll have a zero tolerance to synthetic drugs because of its harmful effects, both in the manufacturing, consumption. It's harmful to our populace.
Stakeholders believe that offensive action against production, distribution, and consumption of synthetic and illicit drugs can only be won through synergy between security agents, society, and genuine family bonding. In Lagos, Bolaji Akim, NTA News.
And let's talk security. The Nigerian police says it will not relent in combating all forms of criminality in all forms it presents itself in the society. The Commissioner of Police, Lagos State, made this statement while parading suspects of various crimes in the dragnet of the security agency. Larry Belay reports.
Commissioner in Lagos, Olariwaju Ishola, hit the ground running upon assumption of office. This is evident in the massive arrest made just in 1 week of being at the helm of affairs. These are suspects undergoing interrogations on various crimes from kidnapping, armed robbery to drug possession. The police commissioner reminded everyone that he is determined to tackle crime in the metropolis head-on, and this arrest is a demonstration of his commitment.
You have to expect, as you have been getting, a better policing system in Lagos. And now, we have decided to make Lagos police people-friendly, in which case, we'll make people to trust us based on our performances, based on how we relate our things to them. The slogan, police is your friend, it's not just an acronym. We put it into practice.
The commissioner also stated that he is going to be in contact to have mutual agreement with sister agencies, road transport workers, the judiciary, as well as civil societies to weave a web of network in combating crime and the state. In Lagos, Larry Belay, NTA News.
And we're done from Lagos. It's time to take a break, and when we return, it's back to Nolin in Abuja.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, with undying demand. We make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we are more than destination.
We are Nigeria, strengthening unity, we know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
Can you flex your vocals for us? It will. It could be one of your songs, by the way. People fall in love in mysterious way. So why did they call you Able Child?
They called me that when I was in school. That was my nickname then in school.
Any reason in particular why they called you Able Child?
Yeah, because I was actually one of the brilliant students.
Oh, say, mommy! That answer right there. You must be, if it's not on this board, problem. That means the people that answer this service, they have good you do. Yeah.
This Sunday, Roma. Venezia. Roma versus Venezia. Live on Sporty TV. SportyBet sponsors coverage of the Italian Serie A.
A new edition of TV Guide is out.
This time, we got up close and personal with a transformational legislator, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin.
We've created a difference in terms of representation through interventions
that brought an unprecedented infrastructural development to my area.
This edition is a compendium of mind-blowing stories for your reading pleasure, ranging from technology, entertainment, economy, media, politics, family, and lots more.
It is indeed a park of excitement as we take you through every aspect of life. Pick up your copy and get abreast with issues and trending features within our space.
TV Guide, very incisive, very educative and compelling. Grab a copy at the vendor near you or any NTA station nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
This Saturday, FC Bayern Munich, Bayer Leverkusen. Watch live FC Bayern Munich versus Bayer Leverkusen on Sporty TV. SportyBet sponsors coverage of the German Bundesliga.
This is Abuja, and welcome back. President Bola Tinubu has commended the contributions of the Nigerian Institute of Management in the nation's development, stating that its managerial expertise is vital in unlocking the full potential of resources and human capital that abound in the country. President Tinubu, who was represented by head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Didi Esther Walson-Jack, stated this at the 2024 Annual National Management Conference of the Nigerian Institute of Management, Chartered. The president said the theme of the conference, economic stability and national security, the contending issues and the way forward, is apt and relevant to charting a new course and national rebirth for the country in line with the federal government's 8-point agenda. He called for collective action among the government, business leaders, civil society and the citizenry in achieving the desired economic stability, and highlighted that government has adopted a multifaceted approach to confront security challenges, enhanced intelligence capabilities, strengthened community policing, and equipped the security forces. Duakabong Achibong is in our Benin Network Center for more on Nationwide. Over to you, Duakabong.
Welcome to Benin. Benin monarch Obayiwara II has commended security agencies and other stakeholders deployed for the successful conduct of the 2024 Edo State governorship election on 21st September. The Benin monarch made the commendation when the Senate President Godswill Akpabio led the governor-elect and other APC chieftains on a thank-you visit to the palace after the party's victory last Saturday. Elizabeth Omoko has the story.
On the 14th of September, the Vice President Kashim Shettima led APC campaign council to the Oba of Benin Palace and solicited his royal blessings and promised to come back if the candidate of the party wins. Senator Mondo Pavolo on Monday eventually was declared the winner of the governorship election by INEC. The visit is in redemption of a pledge of the Vice President, and that is why they are in Oba's Palace. The Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, thanked the Oba for his fatherly blessings, declaring that anyone who does not recognize that power is transient cannot be a good leader to the people.
Government come and go, but the kingdom remains forever. Tonight is not a night for switches. It's a night for us to come back from the war front and to report ourselves to you that we won.
Addressing the Benin throne, the Edo State Governor-elect, Senator Mondo Pavolo, thanked the Oba and solicited his prayer to enable him deliver on his mandates.
We are going to make it different. We are going to make everything shine for everything.
Responding, Obayiwara II appreciated God, the ancestor, and the people of Edo State.
Thank God Almighty, I thank my ancestors
didn't group people where it's supposed to be.
He prayed God and the ancestors to grant the governor-elect the power to lead the state and the people to an enviable heights. In Benin, Elizabeth Omoko, NTA News.
And that's it from Benin. It's back to Nolin in Abuja for continuation of Nationwide.
Thank you very much, Udwakabong. More workers from the informal sector will soon begin to benefit from the Employees Compensation Scheme of the Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund, NSITF. Effort being made to mainstream workers in this sector formed part of discussions at the engagement forum between NSITF and the Savicam. Kenneth Nanim reports.
Juliet Onebuchi Friday is amongst the beneficiaries of the Employees Compensation Scheme, having lost her husband in the line of duty in 2015.
They are helping. If it's not them, I could have packed my children to village because I have nobody that will help me.
To track other personnel in different workplaces who sustain injuries in the course of their work, for them to be adequately compensated, the Nigeria Social Investment Trust Fund is engaging Savicam to widen conversation on various aspects, especially to evaluate progress made so far with a view to improving on them.
We're also going to be focused on our internal stakeholders, our workers. What is their working environment? Are they motivated? Are they satisfied? All of those, I believe, will make us a better organization.
So Savicam comes in to encourage them, comes in to ensure that the standards contained in the promises are developed. The claims, as they have said they will give to the people, is paid as at when due.
The engagement is also considering other options of improving service delivery, including bringing on board personnel in the private sector.
When there is an injury, death, occupational disease, or accident or disability in the course of work, such employee will be entitled to come and have some kind of compensation from NSITF.
The NSITF is optimistic that with adequate collaborations and engagements such as this, work safety environment will be well promoted for efficient service delivery. Kenneth Nanim, NTA News.
And that concludes Nationwide today. Thank you for watching. I am Nolin Ebel Ame. Do have a peaceful evening.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world. From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the
This is the network service of the NTA.
Hey, it's time to play. We're glad you came because we love to share. We can laugh and sing, do brand new things with new friends everywhere. Come, come, come. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun with everyone. Because we love to learn together, making new friends forever. We Sesame Street friends.
The following preview has been rated TP for task persistence.
A cookie stand for me.
Cookie Monster is Captain Snack Sparrow in Cookies of the Caribbean. He was a pirate who wouldn't give up until he found the treasure.
Me got to find Davy Jones' cookie jar.
But finding that treasure was much harder than he thought.
Captain Snack.
Yeah.
Mira, the map says that the treasure is in there.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh, oh. Why this cave not open?
Let's look at the map, Capitan.
Oh, yeah.
The map shows two hands holding triangles. Just like those.
Where?
Yeah, over there.
But these hands empty.
Mira, Capitan.
Yeah.
Shapes.
Where?
There.
Oh.
Maybe we need to find the triangles and put them on the hands, just like in the map.
Good thinking. Me got it. Me on this. That nice shape. Hey. Why cave throw shape at me?
Because that shape, Capitan, has 1, 2, 3, 4 sides. It's a square. You need to focus and find a shape with 1, 2, 3 sides. A triangle.
Yeah, but how me do that? How me focus?
You're a pirate, Capitan Snack. Use your pretend spyglass and focus on the triangles.
Me give it try. Oh, yeah, it's working. Yes, me focus on triangles. Oh, there's a good one. Oh, that's another one. Oh, boy, oh, boy.
A triangle.
Okay. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Oh, Why this cave not open more?
Let's look at the map, Capitan.
The map.
You're getting too close to me, Cookie Jar. I'm changing the rules.
The shapes in the hands turn orange. Do you know what this means?
Scurvy.
No.
No, not scurvy.
It means we have to think differently and focus on the color.
Yes.
And put the orange shapes in them.
Oh, well then, what we waiting for? Hey, why cave throwing shapes again?
Pero por favor, Capitan Snack, you put in something that wasn't orange.
Oh, sorry, me thought we still doing triangle thing.
No.
No, oh boy, this so frustrating. Ah, you know what?
What?
Me give up.
No, give up!
What?
Never, Capitan. You need to use your spyglass and focus on the color orange and only put orange shapes in the hands.
Orange.
Orange. Yes.
Orange. Oh,
orange.
That orange. Oh, that orange.
Yes. That's all the orange shapes, Capitan. Look, the cave is opening.
Where?
There.
Oh, let's go get Davy Jones' cookie jar.
Yes, Capitan.
Thrill as Captain Snack finally gets his treasure.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ouch! Me think narrator spoke too soon. Oh. Davy Jones.
That's right. And if you want my